Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
And what it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes those of you guys tuning in. Good to see you guys chiming in tonight here. Man, where do we start? I'll let you guys give us the go here. What should we start with tonight? You guys want to start with some Nancy Guthrie, or should we start with some NOLAN WELLS? I mean, it's been some trending new, interesting rumors that have been surfacing lately. So I mean, some things breaking. So shocking rumors that we've been kind of hearing with the Nancy Guthrie case, and the bombshells keep on dropping when it comes to the NOLAN WELLS case. So I'm excited to deliver that tonight. Whew! It is going to be a very interesting night, that's for sure, I think. And if you can't take the heat, I'd suggest getting out the kitchen because, listen, there's probably going to be some difficult conversations, as we have been having, surrounding the NOLAN WELLS case, knowing that there's race involved and you know, all the things that we've been covering with the NOLAN WELLS case that's been difficult to cover. Nonetheless, there's also some things that we're going to talk about tonight with the Nancy Guthrie case that maybe you might find a little disturbing, unfortunately. So I'm just letting you know right now before we get started here. And as we all know, I mean, today it's been 6 months now since Nancy Guthrie's been missing. 192 days. insane. It's so crazy to know it has been that long. We know as far as, Starwood's head. Oh man, you guys are funny. No, we're not talking about Ted, of course. We're only gonna cover crime. So we'll start with Nancy, man. Good blessings to you guys chiming in here. Also we'll go ahead and start it off with just a quick prayer here, of course, too. And then we'll take off from there, of course. Let me just make a quick adjustment here. All right, we'll say a quick prayer here. Those of you guys who'd like to join for prayer, feel free to join here. I'm going to say a quick prayer here, revolving around the cases we're covering tonight and just life itself in general. Say a quick prayer here. Gotta unplug something. This is just bothering me because it's in my way right now. So I want to move this out of the way because it's killing me softly right now. All right. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to take this time to thank you for the opportunity to continue just covering crime, for just waking up today and, being able to continue life itself, and surrounded me with just so many good people. Father, I ask that you continue to pray, to continue to watch over the Guthrie family, the NOLAN WELLS family, and all of the people here in Tucson and all over the world, as well as the folks in Mississippi, and the people that just have been supporting these cases along with me. I'm highly thankful and grateful and very blessed to have all these people coming in and just helping me support these cases, and continue to keep these people's names out there. And not only that, just kind of keep the hope alive. And Father, continue to watch over all of our families and all of the people's families out there that are suffering or going through something, or just trying to find someone that may be missing amongst their families. In dear Jesus' name, amen. And we will take a brief moment of silence, of course, as I like to do. Amen, guys. Amen. Amen. So let's talk about Nancy Guthrie. Let's talk about the new details that we have kind of heard about today, and as of yesterday, and just the new details that we've been learning throughout this week here. See, where do we start? Where do we start? We do know that the FBI returned to Nancy's neighborhood for new searches. Multiple neighbors had reported the FBI agents searching the desert brush behind Nancy's home, which was beginning of August here. So that was confirmed by, I believe, Fox News Digital News Nation was one of the ones who brought it up. We saw Brian Ensign come out and he reported that. So agents were seen near the alley, near the dirt path behind her house. So the purpose of the search is still unknown. We don't know why they went out there and searched. We don't know what they might be digging up. We have no idea. So neither the FBI nor Pima County Sheriff Department has explained, the renewed activity. However, I hope, because what I'm hearing, it sounds like we got a new fresh set of eyes. So I hope that that's the case, because I think that's very much so needed. I didn't like the fact that we took away many of the agents that were helping this case in the beginning. We had 400 plus with law enforcement, along with just all of the FBI agents to go with it. The more manpower, the better. Investigators may be reacting to the monsoon season environmental changes as well. We've heard. Also, the retired Pima County Sheriff Department Lieutenant Bob Krager said a heavy rainfall may have shifted soil and rocks, potentially exposing new evidence. And this is one of the leading explanations for the FBI's return. Also, a former FBI agent say that early crime scenes mistakes may have slowed the case. Retired Maureen O'Connell was saying that the criticized day one handling of the crime scene, saying key evidence may have been contaminated or overlooked. And then she also noted that the driveway should have been fully blocked, of course, and we've heard that quite a bit throughout this case, I'd have to say. So door handles, the mats, the pots, all that good stuff should have been removed for the forensic testing. And the mat was one of the ones that probably bothered most of the community the most, I would say. Being out there, I think a lot of people would bring that to my attention more than anything else. And then we got the tire and the shoe impressions that may have been lost due to the early access by deputies and, the civilians. So we know that scene was by far contaminated in the beginning of time. Another investigative report echoed that, the case may have lost its best chance in the first 24 to 48 hours due to the missteps and, the unsecured areas. And I would agree. So we all know that the first 24 to 48 hours is the most critical, in most cases. Elizabeth Smart was saying that, she thinks that Nancy could very much so still be alive. To be quite honest, personally, I'm not buying it at all. As of updates today, there still has been no body found whatsoever. Long-term disappearances sometimes end in recovery. We know that, she urged the public to, keep the hope and continue submitting tips. And I think the community, along with all our streamers, because we're a part of the community anyways, we've done all that we can do, and we're still continuing to keep the hope alive to, keep Nancy's name out there as much as we can. The ransom notes remained unverified still, and the contradictory, authorities released 2 ransom notes, we know, in recent times. One said Nancy was safe but scared, which is crazy, which I don't seem to buy into too much, at least personally. And then another claim that she was perished shortly after she was taken, and law enforcement had not confirmed the truth or either note. So Nancy remains officially missing, not deceased, but we have some interesting details tonight that says she might have been deceased a lot sooner than we think. However, I still have yet to confirm whether or not this is true. So hopefully in the nearest time, we'll hear soon that, this information that we heard tonight is legitimate. But we'll see. I don't know if it's been confirmed. You guys will maybe let me know in the chat. Also, again, it's a 6-month, mark for Nancy missing. Still no suspects. Nancy's, disappearance was February 1st, as we all know, this year. No arrests, no suspects, no proof of life have been confirmed. Savannah continues to plead publicly for someone to come forward. And I have some interesting things that I would like to talk about tonight in regards to Savannah that some people might not agree with. But that's okay, because I really don't care. Because we all have to respect each other's opinions, and we all think what we think. So it is what it is. Bottom line, no confirmation of deaths at all, guys. There's FBI's quietly returned to search behind her home. Experts say early mistakes may, have been slowed the case. Hope remains because no remains have been found. A lot of people say they were trying to get us out of the neighborhood because something's going on. We always hear that a lot. We hear that so much, it's crazy. And could this be why that they wanted to get us out of the neighborhood so that FBI, could go out there and do something? Who knows? But I mean, we know that the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department don't seem to be getting along. So, I mean, I would assume that they're not even working together at all. So I don't know. I'm not really buying into the fact that they wanted to get us out of there, for them to try to, potentially make some things happen. So I got a very interesting video for you guys tonight. Shout out to Juanita Adame. She's the one who released a video as of 2 days ago. I'm sure a lot of you guys watched it, but there's some things that I would like to address that I took notice to that I would like to address with the viewers here. And maybe try to debunk a couple things that don't seem like they may be true. But I think that's the good part about us getting together, so we could all brainstorm and kind of get to the bottom of certain things, if we can. So Juanita was talking about the fact of, you know, when they might have did the or where they might have did this interview at. And it's questionable if they did it at Nancy's or they did it at Annie's house. I don't know. I don't know where they did it at. Were they able to make it through the media? Because we know that street was full of you know, news media outlets, as well as Annie and Tommaso's. And now it wasn't as full as Nancy's neighborhood, but Annie and Tommaso's was quite, you know, quite filled with I would say a fair share amount of media, but it was a lot more quiet compared to Nancy's, that's for sure. So they very much so could have, you know, went in this neighborhood of Annie and Tommaso's and did this video, which is questionable. And I'm glad she brought that to our attention. Now, as we all know, Juanita Adame was the one who kind of put those transmissions out there for us to hear, the transmissions, you know, with the dispatch calls that we heard, which kind of opened up our eyes to a lot of the stuff that we heard on there. But I wasn't really too surprised because we kind of had an idea that, you know, they really knew about the blood. And that I think when we heard those transmissions, that's one thing that we learned is they saw the blood. They knew the blood was there, as well as, is it Brianna? I think she came out. Well, and she was the first one to share the ransom notes, but also some very interesting details that bring suspicion to Sheriff Nanos. Also, shouts to Thornbridge. We got to share a little bit of their stream tonight. They had an awesome panel. I mean, they're doing great. These guys are growing like no other. They actually interviewed Juanita Adame today. What a good show. I mean, she had some pretty interesting things to say. Pretty much the typical norm that we've been hearing. And also I saw that Mr. Jim Explorer did a video kind of trying to give the perp an idea on what to do. What a great video from Jim Explorer. It's been a while, man. Welcome back, Jim Explorer. We haven't seen you in a while. So this is really good to see this guy back, you know, back on the ground and just trying to help out this case in any way. It's been awesome. Let's play this Adame video. I really want to dive into this video that she made. I really think there's some good things that we could get to the bottom of in this specific video here that she's brought to our attention here. So let's check it out real quick, guys. I definitely want us to watch this and analyze this thing. And maybe, like I said, along the way, we'll debunk a couple things here. Let's check this out.
That was different. So that's kind of what got me here. So I went back to Kash Patel's X page and I decided to make a sequence of when Porch Guy's videos and photos were released. And I started off on his page. I was looking at the page and I'm trying to find the information regarding Nancy Guthrie. And I found the videos. So I made like a little bit of a timeline. This first batch of photos here was released by the FBI on February 10th at 9:52. And it was this one here where Porch Guy's up near Nancy's door, then with the foliage trying to cover the camera. And then again, trying to cover the camera from a different angle. So that was the first batch of photos released at 9:52.
By the way, real quick, shouts to everybody being here. I appreciate everybody in the chat here. Definitely wanted to say hello to those of you guys. I'll take the time to say hello to those of you guys who are chiming in tonight, of course. But I want to dive right in there because I know it's getting late for a lot of you guys.
Next batch was released at 10:11, as you can see. So here's photo 1. Photo 2, which is the now infamous photo that everybody believes, and we all still don't know if this was on a different night, January 11th, January 24th, January 31st, or was it the same night? Did he just change? And then finally, the last one that released by the FBI was the one at 10:36 a.m. And this is the one where he's walking up And it looks like he's walking up from the left-hand side, if we're looking at this picture from the left. So, I'll tell you guys now, there's nothing. I didn't find anything that jumped out at me from those photos or those videos of Porch Guy that we've seen dozens and dozens, hundreds of times already. Everything was pretty straightforward. I think Kash Patel even explained, hey, the last photo, the one released at 10:36, this goes in the order of the photos, it goes before the one released at 10:11. That video released at 10:11 that we've all seen now. The 10:36 video happened prior to that.
So real quick, I don't know where these dates are coming from, guys. I'm trying to figure out where the heck these dates are coming from that are just on this video all of a sudden. I don't really know where she's getting the dates from. And on top of that, she's saying they don't know what day. She doesn't know what day it is still. So I don't know if she just added the dates to the video or this is like from someone's actual post, which kind of looks like. But it's interesting to see those dates because it's definitely not on February 10th that we know of. But we'll continue here.
We can see it right before he's walking up onto the front door. Nothing jumped out at me in those photos. Nothing jumped out at me in those videos. Everything was very straightforward from what I seen released by the FBI. Okay. So now when I say nothing jumped out at me from those photos or those videos, it doesn't mean nothing jumped out at me because something did jump out at me, but it didn't have to do with the photos or videos released by the FBI. It had to do with this photo right here. And we've all seen this photo, right? Nancy with her dog sitting I think on an orange, it looks like an orange recliner. It's a really heartwarming photo of her and her dog. She just looks happy and relaxed. So this photo jumped out at me for a couple reasons. They have this size and then they have it in a bigger size here. And I was like, wait, hold on. Where have I seen this background back here? This background, this white brick wall in this teal green painting and the beige couch. Where have I seen that before? Where have I seen that? I was thinking, gosh, that looks so familiar. And then I realized that's the same background as this. The siblings published on February 4th Instagram video, the very first one. So then I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. Wait, was that video then recorded at Nancy Guthrie's house? Because it doesn't say. It says undisclosed location. I think I tried to look it up and it says video recorded at an undisclosed location. So how are you so sure this is Nancy Guthrie's house, Juanita? Well, I'm not, okay? I'm not exactly 100% sure that this is Nancy Guthrie's house, but I'm going to take a guess that it is. Now, I saw an old photo of Nancy's living room on Drop Dead Serious with Ashley Banfield. One of her guests had actually taken photos from, I don't know if it was like a Zillow type account, but he had interior photos of Nancy Guthrie's house. I think they were from back in the 90s though. I don't think they were updated photos. And they were kind of like looking at the photos and trying to analyze how Porch Guy might have gotten in, what doors he used. And they did a really good job during that episode to show us, the audience, the inside of Nancy's house and how it related to the outside photos that we were seeing from the drone footage. So it was, you kind of got a good sense of what was what in regards to her house, like what bedroom, where her bedroom was, where the kitchen was, all of that stuff. So in one of those photos, this one right here, you see that same white brick wall back here. Now I will say, I don't believe that this is the living room that Nancy is pictured in. I believe that that living room that we see, the older photo of Nancy's living room, is located over here where this arrow is pointing, because you can see.
I'm going to stop her right there before we get to that part right there. First of all, shouts Juanita Dame. What a good catch. I really didn't, I don't think any of us really looked at this at all. It does look like the exact same picture. It does look like the exact same wall and picture on the wall, which is kind of weird, right? How would they make it through all this media? How would they be able to do this interview? And the media didn't see them. I mean, let me know in the chat. I mean, because I wasn't here. I mean, I was there, but I never stayed there long enough to stream. I didn't stream during this time in the beginning when this case started out. And all the media was there. So, I mean, I guess the one and best person to probably ask would be JLR to see if the family ever rolled in besides the day that they came and visited the memorial site. But when you look at these two pictures, you compare the two pictures, you can clearly see, well, that picture is exactly the same. And so is the picture on the wall. And then so is the picture or the video, whatever you want to call it. Comparing the two, they're both identical, of course. So, I guess the one person would be to ask would be JLR, but it would be very difficult, guys, for them to make it past media because there was drones in the air, many drones, not just one, not two. There were several people flying up drones. Can't say the drones were up all day long. I mean, there are obviously some moments and times where the drones weren't in the air. And later on, I mean, there were days that people didn't put their drones up at all. But it's very, very odd, right? I mean, is it possible that this could have been maybe pre-recorded and they never were there? Which is almost like what she could possibly be hinting here. I don't know, or something to definitely think about. What I think, though, I've always thought that this picture of Nancy is like not a real picture. The picture of Nancy looks fake to me. I don't know why. I've always thought that this one picture of Nancy was never real. It just doesn't look like a real picture. I don't know why. I don't know why that it jumps out at me as a fake photo of her. But her background's added to a photo that they found. I don't know why. That's just my thought on that photo. However, it doesn't really matter. But what do y'all think? I figured I wanted to see what you guys thought about this. I mean, because this plea, they would have had to go through media. I would assume, Savannah would have had to have some type of security in order to make it past all the people out there in the media. So, how would they have got by? They could have came through the back. I mean, it's very possible they would have went through the back. But again, there were drones in the air, so I don't know how they would have made it by without. But that might be what exactly happened. They might have went through the back and did this plea inside their mom's house. There were other times I think that they did come besides the Memorial Day. Remember, Cameron did come on the 2nd, so maybe that day is when they did this plea. And Savannah, being as big as she is, maybe she went through the back so no one was able to see her. That sounds a little bit more logical to me. What was JLR wrong about? I don't know what happened. I don't know if you're talking to me in chat. I think it's a real pic. I think it possibly can be a real picture too, but I don't know why I've always thought that picture just looks fake. I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't jump out to me as a real picture for whatever reason. I don't know why. But it probably is, guys. I don't know why I think it's not, but that's just my thoughts on it. Looks like it's on a canvas, Juice. That picture is definitely a canvas photo for sure in the background. No doubt about it. It's a canvas photo. The wall is identical to the wall that, we're seeing here for certain. So we'll continue this video here. I want to talk about some other things that she brings to our attention here that I really didn't notice that she's getting ready to point out here as well. And we'll get you guys' take on it. Looks flat, maybe? What looks flat? The picture? all pre-recorded before the public even knew anything. My opinion, of course. I know this is really going to mess with people's heads. I mean, and that's going to be even more weird if this was pre-recorded before. I don't know. It's going to definitely not sit with some people too well at all. That's for sure. All right, let's continue the rest of this video real quick here, and then we'll give our thoughts a little bit more on this and talk about this a little bit more, though. Let's continue this video here, though.
See that fireplace. The fireplace is in Nancy's living room, and then you can see it on top of her roof. So I don't believe that the photo of Nancy with her dog took place in that living room. I believe that this photo of Nancy took place over here in this corner. Again, I'm not exactly 100% sure the interior of Nancy's house.
So that would be assuming that the photo was moved. Okay, let's continue.
Taking an educated guess that this is where that photo was taken. But this could be a bedroom. We don't know. I'm just taking an educated guess that that's where it was taken. Okay, so the other reason I believe this was Nancy's house, that Savannah and her siblings recorded that video, is because I did a little research on Nancy's house, and it is burnt adobe brick. So that's the brick that we see on the outside of her house. I found this article about the style of her home, and that burnt adobe brick is very popular in Tucson because of the weather. It helps to regulate.
Okay, real quick, let's back up just real quick here. Okay. So first of all, I don't know about the room part of it. The fact that this may be the living room that they're in, I don't know. I can't answer any of that. I don't even want to say because I don't know. It's hard to say. I think when you walk in the house, or most houses, the living room is usually either right in front of you or on the left side when you walk in most places, or to the right. Some people got really huge homes, and that changes things. But I think most people's houses you walk in, and not for all of us, even with bigger homes, it doesn't have to be a big home. Some people have smaller homes and their living room's kind of in the back, whatever. But I think a majority of living rooms are right when you walk in homes, whatever. That doesn't matter. But she talks about my God, I wanted to say chimney. So the fireplace, I really never noticed that there was a fireplace in the back. And I'm looking at this, I'm watching this, I'm like, if there's a fireplace in the back, then that would mean Nancy would have two fireplaces, right? Because Nancy's got a fireplace in the front, from what I thought this entire time, from what I've observed being out in front of Nancy's as much as I have. I think the fireplace is in the front. You see the fireplace right there in the front, right to the left of the door. So, I mean, is it common for houses to have two fireplaces? Probably not. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about where they were actually at. But this is weird. This is really weird that, this is possible that they even were able to sneak through the media and get this done. And this never even crossed anybody's mind, really. I don't think. And if it did, no one really, talked about it much, but that is really odd. I mean, you got a fireplace in the back, fireplace in the front. I don't know. Is that really a fireplace in the back? I mean, it kind of looks like a little smaller fireplace, but then, then it doesn't. I mean, I think her house there was things that were added onto the house at one point in time. I think, what part of the house I usually always say was like an add-on. Let's see here. Let me get my circle out here just real quick so I can pinpoint where I'm going with this here. So I don't know why at one point in time, I think Nancy's house didn't have the section on the left. So if you're facing the house and you're looking to the left, I don't know. I don't know what her house looked like years and years and years ago, but I've always thought that the left section was an added on section to the home, which is, where my circle is currently at right there. But when you go over to the windows over here, if you've ever been in front of Nancy's house, when you look at the windows on the right side, when you're facing the home, those windows are a lot older than the left side of the house. You know how people have the newer windows, which is kind of like for an AC thing, or to keep the house more better, I guess, to generate air through the house somehow. I don't know. The seals are just much different on the newer windows, supposedly, whatever. But I've always felt like that part of the house on the right side is, a add-on to the house. But I could be wrong. I mean, she's been in this house for years. So for all I know, maybe not. But I am a little disappointed in Savannah because we've done a lot. This is from Dad's Gone Live photo with his drone. Wow, I just realized that, man. Shouts Dad's Gone Live. I just realized it said Dad's Gone Live at the bottom, man. Kudos to him. You guys know me. I've been very frustrated with this case lately, and I get it. Savannah is going through a lot. She has a lot going on, but how long are we going to say that before we start really like asking the hard questions and, giving her the benefit of the doubt in that way, just because of, her situation itself? I'm very upset with Savannah. I really am. Just because we've done, a lot of people, not just myself, not just JLR especially. I mean, he was one of, besides the news media outlets, he was one of the one and only independent streamers out there covering this case. So I just don't understand that, she's always coming out and she's giving a plea, and she's always, sharing the fact that, that she's not going to give up, and she wants to continue to request the public's help. But I'm just upset at the fact that she's not giving the public opportunity to really like ask her questions or communicating with the public at all. And I get it. I know people are going to disagree with this and, say she doesn't owe the public any of that, but why not interact with the public a little bit? Why not come out and say something and talk to the public a bit? I don't know. I'm just really frustrated with this case right now. It's really bothering me that Savannah isn't communicating at all. She's just kind of coming out here and there. To be quite honest, she's doing the same thing Sheriff Nanos is doing, besides taking interviews. I mean, she's, in all reality, she's been pretty much just as quiet as everybody else. If you ask me, she isn't talking to anybody. And I don't understand that. I don't know. How can we help her if she's not willing to talk to somebody in the media, or, talk to the public through the media, in order for us to try to help her even more? If this is pre-recorded, that raises question. That's a little weird to me. I mean, and it all depends on what day this would be. But I'm upset. I'm upset with Savannah right now, and I shouldn't be, right? I really shouldn't be. And I hate to compare cases, but I've been covering the NOLAN WELLS case, and just looking at the mom of Nolan. She's communicating with the public. She's telling the public what she needs. She's out here with us. She's literally out here with us. What is stopping Savannah from not literally getting out here with us? Okay, I'm not saying get out here physically on the ground with us. I'm just saying what's stopping her from interacting with people in the public for us to help her get answers. I feel like she owes us that at least. At least. And I know people are going to find this disturbing. I told you probably were, but that's okay. But in order for us to help her, if she's not communicating with us and talking to anybody in the public, how are we going to help her any more than people have already tried to? How are we gonna make our community a better place if she's not letting us know what really is going on with Sheriff Nanos? It's, I think that I think that even if Annie and Tommaso speaking out, especially them two, they could really shed some light on this case in a big way. I truly do. I think that I think that she could also, pull some strings when it comes to getting Sheriff Nanos out of there. But if she doesn't talk to us, we don't know really what's going on. It's just all speculation and theory, and that's what it's always going to be if she doesn't communicate with the public. That's just how I feel. That's where I'm at. I'm going to continue this video real quick here.
At fireplace. The fireplace is in Nancy's living room, and then you can see it on top of her roof. So I don't believe that the photo of Nancy with her dog took place in that living room. I believe that this photo of Nancy took place over here in this corner. Again, I'm not exactly 100% sure the interior of Nancy's house. I'm taking an educated guess that this is where that photo was taken. But this could be a bedroom. We don't know. I'm just taking an educated guess that that's where it was taken. Okay, so the other reason I believe this was Nancy's house, that Savannah and her siblings recorded that video, is because I did a little research on Nancy's house, and it is burnt adobe brick. So that's the brick that we see on the outside of her house. I found this article about the style of her home, and that burnt adobe brick is very popular in Tucson because of the weather. It helps to regulate temperatures inside the house. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not an architect, so anybody that might know, feel free to chime in. Okay, Juanita, so the family recorded the video inside Nancy's house. What's the big deal? Why are you telling us this? Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a big deal. Might be a big deal, might not. But then I thought to myself, wait a minute. If the family recorded that video on February 4th, let me back up. What did Nancy's house, Nancy's street look like on February 4th? It was lined with media. I mean, lined, like everywhere, right? We were getting minute
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm muted. I apologize, guys. I didn't know I was muted. My goodness. Here we go again, Juice. What are you doing? So I was reading Olivia's comment, and Olivia's comment had said, why would she, come out and speak to the public or streamers, which I never said streamers. I said, she should come out and talk to the public in general. And it doesn't have to necessarily be streamers. Not only that, not every streamer is pointing the finger at Annie and Tommaso. That's not what's going on here. We're all speculating here, and that's what we're left with. We haven't got anything at all. We haven't got any sorts of any type of leads whatsoever. And I think that huge bit of boost of help could come from those people. And we all know Savannah has the experience. She has the background when it comes to understanding how investigations work. We've all seen it. We've watched people that have the background and experiences, and they've said the same thing over and over again. And that was the fact that they start with the family first. They start investigating them first. And the things the way this case has been handled, not just with Sheriff Nanos, but the way people have handled things in this case amongst the family has been handled very unusually. And I'm just tired of sitting here referring to people as A&T or LD. Forget it. I'm going to be straightforward. I'm not doing that anymore. And I never really did anyways. But we got to stop being scared of what the potential outcome would be. We got to stop letting this case scare us so much. At the end of the day, we don't have anything at all. We don't have nothing. There's nothing to be really afraid of here. We need to start asking the hard questions, folks. And if we got to ask Savannah hard questions, we got to ask Savannah hard questions. What's going to hurt? She's not speaking to the public either. She's getting on, saying a plea, saying that she needs the public help, and then she's hanging up the phone and moving on. She's went on with work like it's nothing. She's saying we done our part. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. We, as the public, have done our part. You are not a part of the public, unfortunately. This is your mom. And we are trying to help you find your mom. And we need your help finding your mom. Period. We've been out here for 6 months, 192 days. We haven't got the necessary help that we need. So Annie and Tommaso haven't spoke. They haven't said anything. They haven't said nothing. So the best way to me for them to diminish to quiet the community down a little bit when it comes to them being a potential suspect, whatever you want to point them out as, would be coming out and speaking to the public, sharing to shed some light on the case. They don't even have to do it literally. They don't even have to come out and speak literally. They could do that through, a lawyer or somebody in the media to speak out to the public. I don't get it. I really don't. Until otherwise, the community is going to continue to speculate. The community is going to continue to share their theories on what they think. That's just the bottom line. You can't set the expectation that the community is not going to point people out that they think that might be responsible for this if all we have is the fact that the FBI pretty much spent time there more than any other place. They were at Annie and Tommaso's more than any other place. So what is the community led to believe? Who is the one and only person that could change the narrative based on what people truly believe in this case? The family. The family. To me, and as simple as that. Otherwise, the community is going to continue to speculate in the way that they have. Months ago, I saw JLR get on. He did a poll. Most of the community, 80% of his community, thought it was Annie and Tommaso that were responsible for this. And I'm going to keep continuing to support this case. We've done our part. They haven't done their part. I don't think so. I disagree with the fact that they have. And anybody else can object to that, and that's fine. But I truly don't think that Savannah has done her part. Not in a sense of being of help to the public when it comes to finding her mom. And, you know, I hate to have to get on here and try to, you know, encourage the folks to ask the hard questions, but we have to. We have to. It's part of how this works. If investigators were not trying to ask the hard questions because of empathy, then they would get nowhere. They would get nowhere. It's not how it works. So, I mean, we got to start asking hard questions, folks. Unfortunately, I get that they're grieving. I get that they got things going on. I understand all that. But at the end of the day, the goal is finding Nancy. There's been so much drama surrounding this case. It's not even funny. I've even lost my freedom supporting this case. Alex has lost his freedom supporting this case and caused a whole lot of, it's caused a whole lot of ruckus, you know, between, you know, him and even 857 and other streamers. I mean, and I'm not blaming her for that. I'm continuing to support the case right here at home. Nothing's going to stop us from supporting this case because we care and we want the best outcome. And that's justice and simply closure. I'm going to continue this video and we'll get back to our thoughts here.
By minute updates on February 4th. By this point, it was hot. The case was just hot. There was international media talking about Nancy Guthrie. Swarms of reporters, you know, trucks, photogs, all kinds of people were out in front of Nancy's house, lining the street. Our boy, our trusted reporter, Brian Enton, was also in Tucson on February 4th. And he was the one I think a lot of us turned to for like the latest updates. He was on top of this case. I mean, he was on it. And I can guarantee you that if the family showed up at Nancy's house to record that video, either Brian or his photog or any other one of those reporters or photogs or producers or whoever was out there, I guarantee you somebody would have noticed something. So I wanted to make sure, because I'm like, okay, there's still a chance that the family could have snuck in past all that media on February 4th to record that video. I checked Brian's posts on X for February 4th to see if he had mentioned anything, because he was doing really good. Remember, he was like, this is what I'm seeing. Like, you know, on February 3rd, he went up and he got the blood. So he was giving us like minute by minute. I mean, we were getting so much information from him and we all really appreciated that, right? So I checked Brian's posts on X from February 4th to see if he had mentioned anything about the family showing up. And he hadn't. Actually, he said this during his February 4th episode. At 3:31, he's doing his episode for Brian Enton Investigates in front of Nancy's house, and he turns back and he looks at the house and he says, "In terms of
I don't really care what bad interaction that you know people view as a bad interaction that Alex had with Brian Enton or somebody in the neighborhood. That doesn't affect. All that does is affect the fact that he's trying to pursue a goal, and that's bringing awareness to the case. That's just simply bringing awareness to the case. I don't care about that. That doesn't change the fact of what he's doing. He's still doing something that he loves to do and he wants to do at the end of the day. Not everybody, you can't set the expectation for everybody that they're going to handle things the way you would want it to be handled. Just because I wouldn't handle it the way he would, it doesn't mean that he's not trying to accomplish something here. And I think people are overlooking that because of the way something is handled. But at the end of the day, I mean, most people regret not saying something when they're talked to rudely or somebody says something out of pocket. But personally, I don't care about any of that stuff. because at the end of the day, we're here to do a job. We're here to bring awareness to this case in every single way, and get to the bottom of whatever it takes to bring Nancy home and give this family the closure that they deserve. And we smelt this, in the beginning, that something wasn't right here. This case not only brings drama, but it brings a lot of frustration to the table. So somebody coming and trying to tell you that you can't be somewhere when you're exercising your rights and supporting a case at the same time, but the main focus is whatever your intentions and goals are, it becomes very difficult to continue to stay focused on that when you have people in the neighborhood who refuse to understand what's really going on here. The lack of empathy in the neighborhood is disgusting. These people should understand just simply the fact that what if this was your grandma? What if this was your mom? You would want the same thing, but because it's not you, these people refuse to understand that. And that's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay, because I'm not going to let it get to me. I'm not. But at the same time, growing up here in Tucson, Arizona, I know that's how these people are out here. JLR says it all the time. The people in Tucson don't care. They just pick up and move on. They just want it to pretty much go away. But the fact that Alice continues to go out there, which we don't anymore, it says a lot about what we really want, not only for the community, but for this case. I don't understand why people overlook that. I don't understand why people can't respect different personalities. I don't get that. We got people online taunting people's characters, trying to defame people. For what? For what? At the end of the day, it's productive and it's positive. It's awful, man. It's really awful. I hate to see it. I really do. But we really have to start asking the hard questions here. It's a lot of stuff just being overlooked here.
The latest.
And this case has brought so many distractions. It's not even funny. Every time we feel like we're onto something, when we've discovered or stumbled across something, it ends up being nothing. We talk about it for a week, we bring it up later, but it never gets anywhere. That's frustrating. Shouts to Thornbridge, Glenn and Jennifer. They interviewed Juanita Adame. And I want to chime into this interview real quick, because I think that they hit some really strong, interesting points throughout this interview here. And there's a couple things I wanted to talk about and address here. Let's chime into this interview real quick. I want to watch it.
From that morning that she was reported missing.
Well, we have an app at work. It's called Broadcastify. It's a software actually that we use when we want to hear back on a call or there's something that we might have missed. And I remember thinking to myself, well, wait a minute, I can do this in the Nancy Guthrie case to just kind of hear what happened that morning, the morning that she was missing. And I went back, and I will be honest, Jen, I did not think that was going to take off the way it did. I thought that the scanner traffic that I had found was just kind of common knowledge as to what was happening in those early hours of her disappearance. But I just felt like I wanted to hear for myself from, investigators on scene what was happening in those first few hours of her disappearance. And I think that's kind of what led me to look for it. And it took me a long time. I was here at work, and I would kind of go back and forth between whatever story I was working on, and then on breaks or whatever, I would listen to the scanner traffic and pick something up, and I would kind of try to differentiate, okay, this is related, this is not, this might be, it's a little far-fetched, but I kind of, picked out what I felt was related to Nancy's disappearance, and then that's how I compiled it together.
Well, it definitely resonated with everybody that's been so into this case. I mean, borderline obsessed. I think it's just, it's America's grandma is what we're calling her. And it's like, it's just unbelievable. So, kind of those first morning hours and the first day of her being missing, I think was important to all of us to kind of get a understanding of, the chaos or the understanding of what they were up against as investigators. So I mean, I'm just curious, what stood out to you as maybe unusual, or was there any particular exchange with the dispatch or a change in tone or a sequence of events that made you go, wait a minute, I need to stop this and replay this?
I believe what stood out to me were the radio transmissions where they were talking about I believe it was a pilot that was on the sheriff's helicopter when he said they were going back and forth with investigators and they were talking about, well, she couldn't have walked that far. I think that really kind of stuck with me because I was like, well, wait, I thought she was not a walk away. And that's where my question started to kind of come up is, wait, was Nancy a walk away or was she not? That statement, I believe, kind of piqued my interest. Also, when we now know, because Monk's Intrigue said that Sheriff Nanos was in those transmissions, when
Hmm.
he was talking about the family says they don't have access to her phone or they have access to her phone. That was interesting to me. Of course, the blood information where they said don't disturb the blood
I
on the
know. I
front
wanted
door.
to ask you about that. I thought that it was interesting when they said, in fact, I put notes on it in a separate thing
Hmm.
here. Hold on a minute. Let me pull that up. Yeah, it said, try not to disturb any of the items in the house. We're getting a hold of a scent tracking dog, so try to stay away um, from the blood outside and anything inside the house that could hold a scent.
And that was one of the things that Brianna brought to our attention, is that she said that she found suspicious, and we kind of later learned that they really actually saw the blood, but instead they avoided the blood. And to be quite honest, I don't know anybody except for that I could think of, except for Sheriff Nanos, that would have told them to just kind of ignore the blood, because I think any typical agent or deputy would have documented this and, definitely escalated this, had they seen blood in a situation like this, especially when it changed from a walk away to a person who may have been, kidnapped. That would have changed immediately. So Juanita is the one who was able to, first pull these transmission calls that, we get to hear the deputies communicating through dispatch that, the night of when Nancy went missing. Monks brought to our attention that it sounds like Sheriff Nanos in one of these transmissions that we hear. And it does. It sounds just like Sheriff Nanos, but we still can't confirm whether or not it's Sheriff Nanos or not. Look, I said this in the beginning. I think Sheriff Nanos is one of the key factors in this case. I truly do. No one's going to do the things that he's doing. And I always go back to the fact that he kept the Cajun Navy from coming out here and doing their part. But there could be good reason for that. For all I know, I don't know. But the fact that he's refused to do conferences and he's been selective on the interviews that he wants to do, it raises really big question to me, because you're in control, which is what he's proven that he likes to do. You're in control of who interviews you, the amount of questions that they ask. Although we've seen him contradict himself numerous of times throughout almost every time that he's done an interview, he just talks too much. We all know that. But Sheriff Nanos, I think if they would have did a press conference, just the fact that it's surrounded by so many people there, he's not in control over that. At that point, he's not in control over who shows up. So all these news media outlets are, able to come out and ask all the questions that they want to, and I think when people come together and we're all able to brainstorm and ask questions, it makes it more difficult to answer certain questions. So there's a reason why he doesn't want to have a press conference. And I have doubts in my minds why. I think that, he's covering something up. I truly do. I don't think that, he's not responsible for this just simply because, he's got an ego. That's not, to me, it's more than that. It's not just his ego. Something's up here. Something's up. And everybody says it. Everybody hints it, but no one wants to really say it. Just say it. Just say it. Everybody hints that it's something weird with Sheriff Nanos, but no one's really brave enough to say, look, I think he's a part of this. I think that he's done something wrong here. Well, just say it. Just say it. I mean, I think some people are in fear because they have titles to hold, because some of these people that are hinting these things are people like Juanita, who come from, news media outlets. So, I mean, I understand. I truly understand. But when you have your own platform and you're able to say the things you want to say, I guess that they still have to kind of walk on eggshells, I guess. But come on, man. There's no way. There's just no way that he's doing all of this and he's not responsible or knows something that we don't know here. He has to. He has to. Nobody does this. It's the weirdest thing. It's weird. I'm not buying it no more. I mean, I'm not going to overlook it. Never have, never will. It's something weird here, and I refuse to overlook that. I mean, people think Sheriff Nanos is responsible for what happened to Guthrie's case for numerous reasons. I think civilians walked through the driveway. Items that should have been seized, the door handles, mats, the pots, all this stuff, the tire and the shoe impressions were not preserved. I mean, people blame Nanos because, he was just simply the sheriff in charge. It was all bad. I mean, this created a lot of perception. So either, he's incompetent or he didn't want the scene locked down. He released the house back to the family too early. And this is one of the biggest public anger points. And not only that, he cleared them. He cleared them. And I think he questioned his own self on that. But he also admitted the fact that he waited longer than he should have. I mean, he's caused a whole mess here, man. And it's just really weird. Why would he release a possible abduction murder scene too fast? Why would he do that? And I think this is what caused a lot of suspicion amongst the community here. The FBI said they were kept out for 4 days, for crying out loud. And then we were not allowed into the investigation. I mean, they were not allowed into the investigation for that 4 days. Not only that, but he also denied the damage that was done. This guy has taken no accountability whatsoever. I don't get it. Why would he block the FBI during a kidnapping? And if you don't want to deal with this mess, why wouldn't you hand it over? That just raises questions to me. Then we got the disciplinary history that comes into play. All these complaints, illegal gambling allegations, the firearm discharge issues, the multiple suspensions, and then this guy has a history of misconduct, and he's hiding something. He definitely is, and it's damaged trust. That's not a leader. That's not a leader. I don't even know why he's still there. We had the no confidence vote, which we still don't know what happened with that. As far as I know, we just didn't reach the amount of signatures that we needed when we were supposed to be getting all these all these signatures to get him out of there. But I mean, this guy's got poor leadership. We know this. Not only has he mishandled this case, it seems like his history says it all about other cases that have been mishandled. And I feel like he's making his deputies mishandle these cases intentionally. They're not even taking the appropriate steps when they get a call. This guy's facing a lawsuit right now because someone got shot in their home off of a false police report, which we're witnessing now amongst all the people that complained about us in the neighborhood. But then when it was about us, completely overlooked, 100% ignored. Then he was at a basketball game. All of this stuff, guys, it's crazy. I mean, this is crazy. We can't deal with this anymore. I mean, this is just crazy. I can't overlook the fact that he has something to do with this. It's just too much. It's too much. It's way too much. I mean, then the list just goes on and on and on. I'm going to continue this interview here.
That was a big one for me. I kind of realized that yes, there's a chance they're talking about something else, another missing person that morning, but it's likely that it was related to Nancy Guthrie.
Mm-hmm.
So it really piqued my interest because we knew there was blood. We knew at that point, you know, by the time I was kind of going over the scanner traffic, it was common knowledge that there was blood on her front doorstep. But that was one of the statements also that really resonated with me because I got the sense that investigators knew something was really wrong. And the back and forth between she couldn't have walked that far to the blood information, it just gave me it was very confusing. And if it was confusing for me, who's listening to it as an outsider months later, I can only imagine how confusing it might have been for them based off of what they were seeing versus what they were being told, which we don't know what they were being told, right? So
Right.
Exactly.
those were a few of the transmissions that stood out to me.
In reference to that specific transmission that you heard on the scanner, do you remember hearing from Ashley Banfield? And I'm going to find it to make sure we have that clip where she said that her insider said that there was blood droplets inside that matched what they saw outside.
Yes, I do remember that episode where she says that, but I did not hear anything from the scanner traffic that I pulled out. I didn't hear anything about blood inside, only outside.
Me too. And I thought that was interesting. So from what you report, I mean, from what you gathered from it, let's see. What about when you look at this case as a reporter, what stands out to you as genuinely unusual? Like not simply mysterious, but unusual compared with maybe some other cases that you've reported.
The press conferences or lack thereof. We are, we're used to getting information, especially in high profile cases. We will get updated daily, even hourly at times, if it's a very high profile case. So the fact that the sheriff stopped talking, I think after day 4 or 5, and said no more press conferences, and then he started giving information to different media outlets at different times. That was unusual. Usually we get one press conference, everybody sits in the room, we all ask our questions, and it's kind of a, even playing ground. But for somebody to go around and give different interviews to different media outlets is very unusual. It's not something we see often.
That's interesting because I know Brian Enton even mentioned it as early as last week that he actually reached out to Sheriff Nanos for an interview and he still refused an interview with him. I wondered how that was resonating with other media outlets and reporters.
It's not a good look.
Yeah.
Usually when there are officials or, whether it's PD or fire or government, city officials, we get a pretty even playing field. Everybody gets to ask questions. Like I said, ask questions, and we don't get to. I haven't seen officials pick and choose like that. I don't think I've ever seen that in my career. Normally, if one gets it, if one of us gets the information, all of us get the information.
And again, he's picking and choosing for a reason, and there's a reason why. There's an absolute 100% reason why that Sheriff Nanos refuses to interview with Brian Ensign. He's said it multiple times, and we know we're not stupid. I mean, and the crazy part about it is, speaking of stupid, he plays stupid. That's what he does. He's not fooling anybody. He's most certainly not fooling me. I mean, but this guy literally plays stupid. If you were smart enough to resign before you got fired, You obviously have some type of, you're somewhat brain smart. You're not dumb. And he's acting dumb in these investigations like he has no idea what he's doing. It's almost like a job was given to a random person who was never a sheriff. That's what it looks like to me. It's just unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. It's not even funny. Sometimes it's like, I can't even believe this is happening right in front of my eyes, and there's been nothing done about it. We're just forced to deal with this. This poor family is forced to have to deal with this. It's so sad. And yeah, there's a lot of trolls that are surrounding these cases too, that are trying to take away from us trying to help not only shed light on these cases and bring awareness to these cases, but we're trying to help solve these cases. We're trying to dig up any little bit of information that we can. And I'm going to some people's channels, and some people's channels are just JLR, Alex. Bro, go find something to do. Seriously, go find something to do. I don't really care what people think. I don't care what they have to say about it. Go find something else to do. And then when somebody comes back at these people, then here they are playing victim like something's happening to them. Oh, you don't like it when two people can play that game. They don't like that, though. I'm addressing everything tonight. I'm sorry, but I'm addressing everything tonight. I mean, all these trolls, literally, some of these channels are surrounded by simply just us or JLR or Alex, mainly those two. And then Ted, he's got his own things going on, and he's doing nothing but trying to do something productive and positive. And then we got these idiots sitting here literally talking about these guys over and over and over and over again. And now, somebody goes back at them, and we're not going to say names, and then all of a sudden they're playing victim like like the other person is completely wrong because they've came back at you and did the same thing you did to them. You're doxing people that are covering the Nancy Guthrie case, talking down on them, defaming them, defamation of character. And then it's like almost like reverse psychology, and then it's happening to you. All of a sudden they're playing victim. What? Where do they do that? Where do they do that? Go find something to do. These guys are smart, intelligent people sitting here talking down on the fact. And we are new to crime. Me and Alex and I, we're new to crime. We're going to have flaws. We're going to have things about us that we have to learn moving forward. He's doing a lot better than I am. He's a lot, to me, smarter than I am. We got a long way to go here. And you can sit up here and troll me or whatever, do it all day long. It's all right. I'm not going to entertain it, but I'm sitting here watching it. And it's like, I can't believe these people. I can't believe it. I can't. And I feel sorry for the people who sit there and listen to that and try to make something of it when it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's awful, man. It's sick. It really is. It's sick. Let's continue here.
So it's very unusual that he's kind of picking and choosing and then not giving press conferences, and the information, the contradictory information is also something that I
Exactly.
kind of picked up on. The timelines, or lack thereof, certain things just didn't sit right with me as far as from a reporter standpoint.
What do you feel about him saying on multiple outlets that the family is, or that no one is cleared? And then from what I could find, it was only NBC that reported where he said the family is cleared.
I don't see. I didn't know that the sheriff can't clear a family. I heard this on a different channel where they were saying legally the prosecutor or the DA are the ones who clear the family or don't clear the family. I feel like he is backpedaling a lot of what Ashley Banfield said in her early reporting of getting information from an unknown source or her source that the family was involved. And then I think he tried to kind of dismiss that, and it just caused even a lot more controversy. So how do I feel about it? I just feel very conflicted. I'm like, I don't know that it's his place to say that. I guess that's it. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, I just wondered
I'm
if you had seen in other cases where there have been press conferences where they've cleared somebody before somebody was actually under arrest or, in custody.
not that I can remember, not in my particular experience. I know they were saying that it happened in the Kohlberger case, but I haven't seen it here where they were saying nobody's a suspect and then he was arrested. Kohlberger was arrested. So, but personally, no, I have not seen that.
But not clearing somebody, so to speak. Yeah, interesting.
Right.
So, is there something about this case that you believe deserves considerably more journalistic attention than it's received so far?
Something about the case that I feel deserves more attention. I would say the family, the Annie and Tommaso, we would like to hear from them. I think the public wants to hear their version
Agreed.
of what happened. I know it's a really
Agreed.
hard time for the Guthrie family, but
Agreed. Yeah.
I do feel that if they would come forward and speak, even in a controlled setting where it's just them and Savannah and maybe Cameron, a one-on-one interview, or I think we really would like to hear from them. I think that's something that would be very vital for this case, for the public to either back off and be like,
Indeed.
okay, we've heard their side. But because, these were the last people to see Nancy and we haven't heard from them, it, I think, makes it very compelling, not in their favor. And I think that would be something we all want to hear. We want to hear from them. We want to hear what happened. What happened to your mom? Tell us about your mom. We also want to hear from the church friends. I think those are the other people we would like to hear from, the public.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Just, hey, what was Nancy's demeanor like? I know there was an article, I believe it was the New York Times. And what was Nancy's demeanor like the day before she went missing? I think they said she was just acting normal and happy. And so I think that would bring up a lot of either shoot down a lot of doubts if they came
Indeed.
and said something, but I
Indeed.
don't understand why they haven't.
And the longer that they stay quiet, I think the more suspicious the community gets. I mean, it's how it's been. It's going to continue to go that way until otherwise. And it's crazy because I was doing a little research earlier, just looking at the Catalina, the crime rate. And it's dramatically lower than Tucson itself overall. The Catalina foothills, they have that A+ safety grade with an overall crime index of 55% below the national average and 75% lower than the Tucson average. Violent crime in that area is low. They're not even used to seeing these things in that neighborhood. Like when, in the beginning, one of the neighbors had said they usually leave their doors unlocked. They don't even experience things like this. It's very unusual for this to happen in the Catalina foothills. And the fact that they weren't able to follow up on this the right way, and get to the bottom of this, it's just crazy to me. Property crime is moderate, in this neighborhood, but still safer than most of the Tucson, area. And crime earns a C grade, meaning slightly below the U.S. average, but still safer than most Tucson neighborhoods, which is insane. But I'm not surprised because it's the rich side of town, is what they call it, quote unquote. Independent rankings, they place Catalina foothills among Tucson's safest areas. As of 2026, the ranking lists Catalinas as one of the top safest neighborhoods in the entire Tucson region. It's citing very low violent crime and low incident density. So, I mean, this is, it's almost crazy, just thinking about those things, but we've got to get a new sheriff. We've got to get a new sheriff. This guy's got to go. we can't deal with this much longer. I mean, somebody's going to end up exploding having that we're dealing with this. I mean, people are losing their lives, or their lives are being changed forever because of the way that things are being handled in the Pima County Sheriff's Department. This is just sad. It's so awful. And I'm glad I joined and started doing crime, because I wouldn't have, I wouldn't have took notice of this at all, had I didn't, because I had no idea the amount of corruption amongst the Pima County Sheriff Department up until now, all the way into the Pima County Jail, which is crazy. And just in recent time, we had another person who just died in the Pima County Jail once again. And just even the ideas that sheriff has to be effective as far as making changes is no good. It's no good. He has been every bit of nowhere near close to being effective whatsoever. Not even close, by a long shot. Your idea to make change in the Pima County Jail is to build a new jail. What? So you're telling me people are going to change or do their job correctly when they're in a new environment? And he had many other stupid ideas that there's no even reason even talking about. But I mean, it's awful all around. It is awful. It's just pointless. This guy was appointed as a sheriff. He wasn't elected. He was appointed. And the only reason why he got elected the second time around is because the person that was going to win it over, he put in jail, literally. And you mean to tell me there's no way to get this guy out of here right now? I mean, I'm almost starting to think, as I've been, not even almost, I am, that there's a lot more to him than we know. And that's what makes him so powerful. That's why it's so difficult to get him removed. Nothing has worked. Nothing. But it's just a matter of time. I'm hopeful. Very hopeful. Not only when it comes to him, but, also, when it comes to, getting to the bottom of what happened to Nancy. Once again, shout out to Thornbridge. Awesome channel. They have been a very fast growing channel. Highly deserved. They've been digging up stuff, pulling some strings to get information for this case. They have been one of the only, one of the very few who have not only bring light to this case, but they've also stumbled across or, dug in deep enough to pull up some even more information for us. And thanks to them for doing that interview with Juanita Adame as well. They had sat down the other day and they spoke to a PI as well. I think he goes by the name of Garcia. I can't remember his name exactly. But, and me, I mean, I'm not a big believer in this case anymore when it comes to being hopeful that whatever we stumble across or we come across is the fact that we're on to something, because there's just been too many times that it ended up resulting in a dead end. So, I don't get my hopes up anymore. I still continue to listen and share the information that, is a possible rumor or potentially could be something. However, I still encourage others to not get their hopes up, as we waited patiently for the Colella thing or trial to come about. I think a lot of people were hopeful that he knew something and he was on to something. Turns out nothing. He had no ties, but I think it was suspicious because he got that plea deal. However, I encourage, even then, don't get your hopes up. I don't think this guy knows anything. I think people are just eager and they just have this urge to really want something to roll over when it comes to this case being cracked. However, nothing adds up in this case, so you just can't get your hopes up in this case anymore. I mean, sometimes it almost feels like it's impossible that we're going to be able to get to the bottom of this, but I'm hopeful. I continue to be hopeful, and I think that eventually in time we will, but I think it's just going to be a while before we get to that point. So getting back to the PI that they interviewed just the other day, I mean, he was on one of the news media outlets, and I think he's like pro bono. He does some of his work for free. I'm not too familiar with the guy. However, I think he said that he was able to pull up something in regards to Nancy's, the fact that Nancy it was documented that she was deceased, I think February 1st. I'm trying to get to this document that they had posted up on here. And supposedly, from what I heard watching the show, that he was supposed to verify this information to see if it was legitimate or not. I don't know the results on that. Maybe some of you guys in chat know the results on that. But I wanted to show you guys the document if I could find it. I had it pulled up here on their channel for Thornbridge, but I can't remember the timestamp, which I should have wrote that down. But there's some questionable things on the document that I didn't understand that I wanted to bring to you guys' attention to see if somebody could kind of enlighten me. But I didn't get a chance to watch the entire stream because I was kind of, getting prepared for my own. But I'm trying to find when they presented this document to us here. I think I'm getting closer here. Bear with me, chat. I wish I would have saved it as well. I should have just screenshotted the thing and saved it here. So let me turn off my camera here so you guys can see this whole thing here. So I'm assuming this is the PI that shared this information. And I'm not too sure. It's been debunked. Okay. And I didn't think that this was something that, we could consider. However, I didn't understand the part right here where it was saying, first of all, it says a deceased person report legend. I'm guessing this is where it's coming from. I'm not too sure. I don't really understand the document fully, which is okay because I didn't really give much time to really look into it. And I think the one thing that stuck out the most was the fact that the date of death said February 1st, which was quite odd. Same name, same, the date of birth fully is redacted, it seems like. And obviously a few other things like the social phone numbers and emails and whatnot. But I didn't understand this part. Maybe you guys could tell me what this part means here with the name here. It says September 2nd. 1996, and then it says to May 2nd. I don't know what this is or what that is exactly. As far as I know, based on my research, Nancy is still yet to be declared dead, or deceased would be the proper wording for it, I guess. But as far as I know, I don't think this would be legitimate information. I think somebody may have debunked it already, but very interesting. And again, remember, I told you guys somebody had put her on one of the sites for the graveyard sites, and it showed Nancy showed up on there. And I think it just goes back to people just trolling, finding a way to be able to do stuff like this. Not saying it's this particular, but like the fact that she was on the graveyard site and it showed that she was deceased. I think it's just people trying to bottle something up in the case that shouldn't be bottled up. But so people are saying this is not actually legit. So she wasn't deceased on this very day. And I figured I'd wait till I get on to bring it to you guys' attention to see, what the verdict was on this. It says her death is February 1st. Yeah, 2026. Yeah, right. Exactly. Which would be accurate to the day that she actually went missing, which wouldn't really align, right? But we just watched a video of, them pointing out the fact that they were here, or possibly that they were here in the plea for that ransom, which I think that was on the 4th that they did the plea. So I don't know, it's just they kind of align with each other in a way, because if you consider that video was pre-recorded, then it's like, well, maybe she was gone on the 1st, but okay, so if this was debunked, then we won't even get into it too much here. So this was put out on August 7th, so just a few days ago. Interesting. And it is dated at the top. Comprehensive report, August 7th, 2026, top left, up there at the top. So I'm assuming somebody just made some stuff up. It's really weird. And I was just looking at it because I was just trying to see if there was anything that stuck out that was odd or didn't really make sense, or didn't line up. I couldn't really find anything really, so I didn't know if it was legit or not. Other names associated with subject, I think that was the one thing that stuck out to me the most in this, because it doesn't go on to name the folks that would be associated with her. And I would believe that if it's not her children, it would be her husband. Because on some documents, your husband is, or wife, however it goes, is usually added to some paperwork, but I don't know if this would be that exactly, but just putting it out there. We're going to get into that CTO call in just a second. Forgotten. We're about to chime in on some Nolan Wells in just a second, of course. Good seeing you guys all about. Shouts to the mods tuning in here. Ali, good seeing you. Esmeralda, shouts to all the members here and the subscribers. Much love to all you guys chiming in tonight. I appreciate you guys being here with me tonight, by the way. Kelly, good seeing you back here. Everybody's talking about that CTO audio. I think people are in the chat are ready for some Nolan Wells conversation, of course. Yeah, we're about to skip over there in just a second here. So this was debunked, just for the record here, because I don't know. I didn't get the chance to really look into it. It was all debunked. Like, I mean, nothing in that document that we just looked at is legitimate at all. And I'm sure I'll find out more later on anyway. So I guess we don't. So Thornbridge spoke on it again tonight, but I wasn't able to watch it. It says Aunt Chell. Welcome, Aunt Chell, by the way. Okay. Gertrude, welcome back. Good seeing you. Kenna, welcome. Bella, Believing No One, welcome. Said that place not only gets death notices from normal places, but also scans of media. Bill was going to contact them about where the info came from. Right. And I thought he was supposed to get back to us on Monday, right? At least the gentleman that they spoke to, from my understanding. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a death certificate rumor, and it hasn't been determined to be legitimate or not as of now. Oh, did you, Ali? I didn't get a chance to look at it. I'll check that out in a minute. I'm trying to confirm with the chat real quick here. Pima County Jail is not such a lovely place. Not at all. And I had the worst experience I've ever had there for a crime I never even committed, which is insane. He has been around. I don't know. Where are we at here? Unchill, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate that. Much love. Unchill. Hit that like button. Bella says, yeah, let's see if we can make it to 700 likes tonight before we end stream. We got a little bit of ways to go because we got to cover the NOLAN Wells, of course. But we're currently at 534 likes. So please, without further ado, make sure you give the video a thumbs up. Just to remind folks, it does help the algorithm of this channel, and someone else that hasn't seen the channel may see it. So it helps me get the channel recommended for that to be possible. And go ahead and subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel, if you're enjoying the channel here, man. Much love, guys. I don't know. No one's saying anything. I guess we don't. I mean, maybe they are, but I didn't see it. Judy says, what day is court? This week? Yeah, Thursday. This week, Thursday. We'll see what happens. It's just a hearing, though. Nothing to worry about just yet, if we get that far. Excuse me, I'm thirsty. I agree. Forgot America says it's illegal to place those rocks in a high right away. In a right-of-way easement, it is traffic hazard. However, Sue Ellen could not have placed them there herself. It looks like a dump truck load. Indeed, we all know that. And she referred to somebody else by saying we. So someone else helped her put those rocks there. So, yeah, it's all good. All right, so I'll update folks if we hear any information on that document we were just looking at. It seems like no one really knows much in the chat, so no worries. We'll continue here. Read your comments. I've been reading the chat. Reading the chat right now, Lauren. We're chimed in. I'm locked in right now in the chat for now, at least, because we're getting ready to talk about a little NOLAN Wells here. But I've been looking. I'm chiming in. I'm looking. Hey, real quick, shouts to Jim Explorer. Jim Explorer, I don't know if you guys saw this earlier, but Jim Explorer had a message for the perp, guys. I don't know if you guys seen that video. Before we get to NOLAN Wells, I gotta show y'all this. I found it pretty interesting, guys. Love Jim Explorer. If you don't know who Jim Explorer is, he's a guy who came out here searching for Nancy on his dirt bike. This guy's been everywhere. He's been in several different states from what I've witnessed. Jim Explorer, go subscribe and check out his channel here. He had a message for the perp, guys. I hope you guys watched this. If you haven't, we're about to watch it right now.
Today, I want to speak directly to anyone who has knowledge of the location of the remains of Nancy Guthrie. I'm here to provide you with a completely anonymous, foolproof way that you can communicate the location of the remains of Nancy Guthrie so that we can bring her home and give her a proper burial. I'm not working with the police. I'm not working with the FBI. I have no desire to interfere with any sort of investigation. I don't even want to make an arrest. I just want to bring Nancy Guthrie home. Watch my past live streams. I've been singularly focused on the search for Nancy Guthrie. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just trying to bring her home. Follow my instructions and you can communicate her exact location completely anonymously. I'm not looking to entrap anybody with DNA or hair samples or skin cells, fingerprints, anything of that nature. I just want you to tell me where Nancy is. Let me show you exactly how to communicate with me completely anonymously and without risk to you. Number one, put on your gloves. Right? Number two, put on your mask. Next, you're going to need a couple of things to send me the note. You're going to need a couple items that aren't even associated with you. You're going to need 2 plastic bags and a piece of scrap paper. Could be any paper from anywhere. You have no connection to any of these items. You find them in a trash can or on the side of the road somewhere. Next, take the piece of paper that's totally not associated with you that you found on the side of a road or in a trash can and get ready to draw the map of her location. Use a ruler to draw the nearby intersection. This way, there's no handwriting analysis associated because everything you do, you're using a ruler. Label an approximate north on the map. Doesn't have to be exact. Just give me an idea. N for north, right? Now label the streets. In this example, we're going to say this is Highway 79 and Park Link Road. So you can either use something like a stencil, where we could maybe say 79 and Park.
I like the idea, man. He did great. Hey, thanks, Sheila. She says, great job, Juice. Much love.
Looks my pen's running out of ink here. Well, that's not working like I wanted it to. Anyway, you get the idea. Or you could use the ruler and make your letters that way. There's the map. Now indicate the location. If she's near this intersection, maybe she's here. Just draw a circle. That's it. Now, how to get that map to me. Now take your map, fold it up. Remember, we have on our mask, we have on our hat, there's no DNA, there's no skin cells, there's no spit, there's no trace, there's no fingerprint of you on this map. Take your plastic bag. It was completely not associated with you. You found it in a trash can. You've never touched it before, except with your rubber gloves. Put the map inside the plastic bag. Put a couple rocks. There you go. A couple of medium-sized rocks. Put them in the plastic bag with the note.
I don't know, though, because I don't know if the DNA would be on the gloves from putting the glove on. That's the only part for me, but this was great. I liked the video from Explorer with Jim.
Tie a simple knot. There it is. The note with no trace is in the bag. The rocks that you just picked up anywhere are in the bag. The bag has no fingerprints of you whatsoever, and it's right here. Take that bag, put it into another bag. Are you with me so far? There's absolutely no evidence associated with that note, the rock, and the bag inside the secondary bag. You've never touched the inside of this bag. What's in this bag has no markings from you whatsoever. You are completely anonymous. This is how I want you to send me this map. It's so simple and it's foolproof. Take the bag, get in your car, drive on Highway 10 in between Tucson and Phoenix. Now, How are you going to get me this note? Halfway in between Phoenix and Tucson on Highway 10, you're going to throw this note out the window of your car or truck. On Highway 10, in between Phoenix and Tucson, is Picacho Peak Road.
Criminal Network in the building. Shouts Criminal Network plugging in, man. Good to see you, Alex. Good to see you.
Tucson is Picacho Peak Road. You'll know it by the Rooster Cogburn, Ostrich Farm, and some other things there. Drive either north or south. I don't care what time of day or night. Probably at night. Drive Highway 10, and when you see the Picacho Peak Road sign, just as you go over Picacho Peak Road, there's a sign both going north and south. When you see that sign, take your bag and throw it out the window. As you're driving in the fast lane, the bag will land in the middle of the freeway. It either land in the middle of the freeway or it might land down, sort of there's an embankment that goes down to Picacho Peak Road. You can be traveling north or you can be traveling south. But you see that sign that says Picacho Peak Road. Just before you go over the overpass, over Picacho Peak Road, you take this bag, you're driving in the fast lane, going either north or south. As soon as you see that sign that says Picacho Peak Road, I'm going to put a picture right here, right after this segment. You take this bag and you throw it out the window. And it lands in between the north and southbound lane of the freeway. That's where you throw the note.
Not a bad idea, Jim. Now, is the perp going to do it? I don't know.
That bag out the window into the middle of the freeway on either Wednesday, August 12th, or Thursday, August 13th. I'll check in between the freeways in the morning of Thursday morning and Friday morning. Throw it out your window anytime.
Jim, we'll be watching. We will be watching. And I have high hopes that you never know. You never know. Now, Jim, here's the thing. You forgot to offer $1 million because I don't think this guy is going to do this for free now. I don't know. I mean, there is $1 million, $1.2 million on the line here, Jim. I don't know if he's going to do it for free, but you never know. All hopes.
It's just going to be another plastic bag out there on the freeway. Nobody's going to be suspicious at all. Do it at night. Hundreds of thousands of cars drive that road all the time. Nobody's going to know who threw that plastic bag out the window at Picacho Peak Road. I'm not working with the FBI. I'm not working with anybody in law enforcement. I simply want to bring Nancy home. I want to be the one to bring her home. Throw that note out the window and we'll bring Nancy home. I know what people are thinking. They're saying, Jim, why should they tell you where Nancy is? I'm going to tell you why. As soon as we find Nancy, we bring her home, the heat is going to be off. The news media will go home. People will stop talking about the case. She'll get her burial. It'll just be another unsolved murder. That's the reason why. The heat will completely come off. Let's say you don't exactly remember where she is. The location is only approximate. Don't worry about it. Just give me an area. I'll do a grid search. I have equipment that I can employ to find exactly the exact burial site. I'll be out there. I don't care how long it takes. If I have a decent location, I'll find her. I have probes. I have ground penetrating radar. I have all the tools to find the location. If you don't know the exact location, just give me an approximate area and I'll bring her home and take the heat off of you. So throw that note out your window as you're driving in the fast lane on the overpass of Picacho Peak Road. Try to hit that sign that says Picacho Peak Road. And I'll find your note and I'll bring Nancy home and I'll take the heat off. I'll be in Tucson for the next few days doing my regular grid desert searches. Hopefully I find her anyway. But you can take the heat off yourself and you can do the right thing by throwing that rock along the freeway. Once again, this is no attempt to entrap anybody, no attempt to gather evidence in the case. This is simply someone trying to get somebody else to do the right thing and to let us know where the remains of Nancy Guthrie are located.
Jim Explorer, go subscribe, go check his channel out. Great. I mean, like I said, he's done a lot of searches from state to state. I mean, he's been everywhere searching for Nancy on that dirt bike of his. And that's what he's known for. So check him out. He's awesome, man. I mean, this guy's been awesome from day one. So man, all kudos and praise to Mr. Jim Explorer there. I mean, he's came up with a pretty good idea, I would say. I mean, I can't knock him for even just trying. I mean, he's trying to try to figure something out that may be effective when it comes to just getting some type of something from the perp, a message, something. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you got to give him some credit here. I mean, hey, it might not work. It might. Who knows? I don't know. But that was a good idea. You know, and for all we know, they don't really want any money. Because remember that first ransom note, it was demanding money, and you got to remember that second one didn't say anything about money at all. So we do have to consider the fact that they just at least somewhat that they don't want any money. So maybe they will do this for free. Who knows? Good idea, Jim. Shouts Jim, man. We appreciate the video as well. That was awesome. That was awesome sauce, man. Jim Explorer, man. Go check him out. What a good idea. Love it. Love the idea. Well, as you guys all know, we're going to shift direction here and talk about some Nolan Wells. We've been covering the Nolan Wells case lately, and you know, there's been a whole lot of bombshells that just have been going off left and right when it comes to this case here. So I'd be more than happy to take the wheel for a moment here when it comes to covering this case here. Now, I had mentioned something yesterday about the mom. Remember, we watched the interview. Now, Andrew Tatum's been interviewing the boys. The first one was Warren Hudson, and then you know the other one was also Tristan, one of the few boys that had been on the boat with Nolan Wells. Now, I have learned that Warren actually was not on that boat with Nolan. Okay, so he did not ride with Warren into Horn Island. So for whoever it was, we don't know. However, Nolan rode with somebody else into Horn Island, just for the record here. And maybe don't quote me on it because I'm not 100% sure, but I think the sources that I got it from were pretty legit. So I have learned that he did not get on that boat with Warren. He rode with somebody else. It was amongst 3 other boats that rode into Horn Island together as a group. So in between 30 or 40 people as friends. And maybe even some parents that went along with, we're all assuming, at least for the most of the community, I'd say. So that might change things a little bit, as you know, that might change things a little bit, opposed to Warren being a primary suspect, because a lot of people have been pointing the finger at Warren Hudson. However, I don't know. We don't know if these boys were in on something or they know who is responsible for this, if it turns out that this is even a murder, because I think that everything points to a drowning when it comes to this case. There's nothing that says anyone is responsible for what happened to Nolan, okay? We don't know, so it's all speculation at this point. There's been a lot of heat for me personally that I've been taking. A lot of criticism that has been coming my way for this case. It's really been a tough case to really cover because of all the race that's been inserted into the Nolan Wells case. And as we know, for the autopsy, that remains sealed until it is presented to a grand jury. From what I'm hearing, the toxicology is still pending, but Mr. Joseph Scott Morgan, who we all see on the Nancy Grace show often, probably every single time she's on, he's there, mentioned that everything is complete. So I don't know whether to take his word for it or believe the fact that they're still working on the last and final autopsy report. But like I said, from what I heard, Nolan didn't ride out with Hudson. So something tells me, we can't just hold Warren, as our guy to be responsible for this. But, we don't know. So we can't overlook anyone in this situation, considering they're all friends amongst a group. So, by the way, Nolan Wells' mother, her nursing misconduct case was opened, then closed. So that's good news on her behalf. An anonymous complaint triggered a Mississippi Board of Nursing investigation into Christine Winsley's, she was apparently probably at risk of losing her not only license, but her job, because there's been a lot of people trying to threaten the mom and make her life much more miserable than it already is, which is sad. But that's what this world is like nowadays. We got a lot of awful people out there who don't care or seem to have any empathy when people are grieving and have things going on. So that's good news. That's good news, but it's kind of sad. One interesting thing that Mr. Dave Mack had said, and we'll play his video later on, but he said a lie will fall apart. He says the truth never changes, but a lie has to come out. So a lie has to change. A lie will fall apart. The truth never changes, but a lie has to come out. A lie has to change. I love that quote. That was great. And just to add to that, whatever that we don't know right now, as the old saying, and a very common saying is, it'll eventually come to light for whatever it is that will, complete this case. It is now official. It is guaranteed that this case with Nolan Wells is most certainly going to go to a grand jury, without a doubt, from what I'm hearing as well. So I was questioning that because we don't have a suspect. So who are what's going to be the goal when it comes to this case here in front of this grand jury. So we'll see. Now, when we watched that interview, one of the boys mentioned that the mom was the one who kind of painted this narrative about, I didn't mean to play that. So she was the one who painted this narrative about the boys. He didn't necessarily say that that the mom, was making it a big old race thing, but they were saying that she was, she's responsible for, the fact that these guys have been criticized and gotten these death threats for the most part because she's the one who came out and posted the picture of the boys. And they believe that that's what sparked this all, at least for one of the boys in that group. Because we all know that Tatum has interviewed these boys. Okay, so I just wanted to debunk that real quick because I was looking at her Facebook page, and there's nothing on the Facebook page that I saw that made it seem like she inserted any type of race, that made it seem like she was throwing them under the bus. Now, I think people get it confused because whoever tags you and they post it, then that shows up on your page. So I got a feeling somebody overlooked this and they thought it was a post by Nolan Wells' mom, and it wasn't. And I'm getting ready to pull it up now. I'm just trying to get it's so far down on her page, so I'm trying to get to the July 4th post so I could just show you guys before we chime into this video here that was the part 2 of this interview that Brandon Tatum did with these boys here. So I gotta debunk this, because yesterday I was like, what? So so they're saying that the mom started all this because she's the one who posted them online. And that's when everything kind of spiraled out from there, which is quite sad to me. I mean, due to the fact that that's even happening, or they're even willing to go to that extent and say that about the mom, which is, to me, I find a little bit disrespectful. But we do know that the mom is not talking to the boys at all. She's not talking to Warren and several of the other kids. We know that she was communicating with Javon. However, she hasn't communicated with anybody else, which is quite weird. I don't know why I can't find this post. It's just not up here anymore. We'll probably just play this video and then I'll look into it while we're watching this video here. But I had it up, but when you have Facebook up for so long and you don't actually have it up, it'll eventually just go away. Let me make sure I'm onto her actual page. Maybe that's why I couldn't get to it. Yeah, I think that might have been what it was. All right, we're going down to it. Hold on. I think we're like almost halfway there. Just want to show this for the record. It's very important. And I think tonight I might go over some of these comments, because some of these comments are rather interesting. And some of these comments seem like there's some pretty good information that shares amongst some of these people who have reached out to the mom on her Facebook page. And I should play that part where the boy was saying that, the mom was the one who started all this. So anyway, I was looking at the Facebook. We know that they didn't really start looking for Nolan until about July 5th. And I just wanted to share this with the stream here. So those of you guys are here are my witness to what she may have inserted or not. Because she's been getting criticized a lot. So let's start with July 4th. This was the first post that she posted on July 4th. It says, please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip north side of Horn Island. Today around 3 p.m., 7 and 4 wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you have seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. So I didn't even read that post, so it's kind of weird to me, because originally I was told that the mom did not know what color shorts he had on or his specific description. So could there be a chance that she did insert something out of anger and then deleting that post? It is possible. So July 5th, she says Nolan has not been found. So whomever is spreading the rumor is home. He is home. This is not true. So then she goes on to say, I'm asking for any videos or photos from yesterday from Hornship Island that may have Nolan in them. Also, I appreciate all the love and support. We are a bit overwhelmed. Please PM me. I think she meant DM, only if you have details about yesterday or if it's a news outlet. So she was looking for, well, we won't even say that. All right, so her next one says, my husband and I can't thank you all enough for prayers and for those who have provided information. Once again, I ask that you only private message me if you have information, time frame 4:30 p.m. and after. I'm having trouble going through my box. He is still not found, but we and everyone are still searching. And then July 5th, still, it says we were provided with incorrect information regarding what he was wearing. I was sent this picture. As you can see, he was in blue swim trunks, not black, yesterday. But I'm a little confused because the other comment that we just read, we'll go back down, clearly says that, and this is on the day of when, of the day he was missing. She wrote this. She said that he had on blue swimming trunks. So fast forward, maybe there was some confusion. I'm not too sure what's going on, but it doesn't seem like, reading these posts all the way through, that there was any, that she's expressed any confusion by saying he ever had on black in any of these posts that she made. But this is the picture that she posted of the boys. Remember, the boys had said that she had posted a picture online of him and the boys, and this is what made it all spiral out, and they disagree with her doing so. But what is a mother supposed to do when her son is missing and she needs the community's help to find, her missing son? What else? What others? She's going to do whatever she possibly can to make sure she brings her son home. So that, I don't know if I would agree with the boys there, although I know that they, I see it both ways. They're concerned about their day-to-day well-being when they're out and about in public, and just their lives and livelihoods as well. So please continue to look through your photos and videos. Specifically starting around 4:30, we have received pics around the time showing that looks like to be him walking on North Tip of Horn. Again, please only private message me if information. I don't see anything in here that shows that she's inserted race into this whole situation for some of these, but I'll continue reading through. If anything comes about, I will let you guys know, because there's been a lot of people saying that she has, and I feel like the boys in that interview yesterday were kind of hinting that, because that's a lot. They've been saying that a lot, and they didn't specifically say the mom did, but that's what this case has been surrounded by. That's brought a lot of controversy to this case. Now, let's get into this video real quick here. This video is a great video. I listened to it a little bit. I wanted to wait for stream so we could get on and talk about this video together. And not only that, I played it all the way through. However, I didn't get to hear it. But not only that, I wanted to play something with Tatum afterwards, because a lot of people think, like myself, Tatum is one-sided. However, I have discovered that he is not one-sided. He is not taking anybody's side. When I saw his interview that he did with Chris Cuomo, or Kuzmo, however you say his name, Chris Cuomo, on Crime Time. All right, so we'll get there after that, but let's play this video because I know a lot of people want to see it. If you haven't watched it already, let's get into it.
Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? Why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody?
You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie.
All right, we're going to run this back real quick here. I got something in the way of the screen. Let me refresh and we'll reset here real quick here.
Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? Why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody?
You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Ooh, it's gonna be good.
What is your thoughts on that phone call to CETO? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts, first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on how could that be a defamatory area the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Well, I can go ahead and say that as you posted that clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water, Wyatt's on the phone with Cito in that clip. I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? You know, why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody? And then another following up on that is, why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean, there's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people.
Wow.
Go ahead.
I think, especially about the Cito call, I think people, regardless of who it is going to believe what they want to hear. I think half these people, or not half these people, but some of these people you can't convince, regardless. They're going to believe what they want to believe. If they want to believe that my friends and I had something to do with Nolan dying, then they're going to believe that regardless of what you put out. But you put out, Brandon, that a clip of the boat when Wyatt was on the phone with Cito. And it is boldly clear that Nolan was not on the boat with us. You can literally almost see down to the deck. And as you can see in that picture, everybody is completely casual while Wyatt's on the phone with Cito. Yeah, we were scrambling around trying to get the boat fixed, but the guys were, in the video, you can see me, I'm sitting on the bow. If there was someone dying on the boat, why would everybody just be sitting there waiting to either get towed in, or in the first place, like Jack said, why would Wyatt call Cito? It's crazy. The reason we turned down Coast Guard is, why would we call Coast Guard if Cito could pull us in? But we fixed the boat and we ran into Fort Bayou, and that's it. The Cito call was completely enhanced, and these people just want to believe what they want to hear. And that's exactly what they're doing. So it's just crazy to me that people have tried to twist this and twist the audio. When we came out with the first interview, it debunked half these lies, and now you don't hear about any of it. You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back, and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie. And it's another lie to push this narrative that people don't want to turn down. It's insane to me.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. And if you guys could say one thing to naysayers out there, in your opinion, that are naysayers, I would give you, a 30-second opportunity to say what you would want to say to people regarding what you're saying on live.
Yeah, how y'all let me know in the chat, how y'all feeling about this lawyer? Do you guys feel like this is like, do you gain any confidence within these boys, as far as him being able to protect their freedom and prevent them from, seeking any jail time or prison time from this? Do you feel like this lawyer is going to get the job done? Because he's overly confident, I feel like. And not only that, do you feel like this lawyer is talking too much? I don't know. Something tells me he's saying too much in this interview, but at the same time, maybe not. He's giving them the platform and opportunity. Well, Tatum's giving them the platform, but this lawyer is giving these guys the opportunity to say anything that they want. Obviously, he probably coached them a bit before this interview. But, these boys seem very comfortable, and they seem like they have a lot of faith in this lawyer. I mean, you'll see them kind of look over their shoulder and smile at him when he says certain comments, at least in the last part. I haven't seen this part yet, so I don't know what indications we'll get out of this, but we'll keep going.
That have been told about you. And I could start here and we'll go all the way down and we'll end with you, Ed. But Morgan, if you had an opportunity to have this projected to everybody in the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
I mean, first I would say that, I mean, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that...
Yeah, real quick, just to reply to Linda's comment, she says he's one of Trump's lawyers, Juice. Yeah, but at the end of the day, what does that mean? I mean, that doesn't mean that he can't fail. That doesn't mean that he's going to succeed because of his background. I mean, yeah, I get it. I mean, a lot of good lawyers are successful. But that doesn't mean that the same outcome applies to these boys' situation. And I'm not saying anybody's guilty. I don't think anyone's guilty here until we get the evidence to prove so. But I'm just saying, just keep that in mind.
You and about what occurred here, and we'll go all the way down to, and we'll end with you, Ed. But Morgan, if you had an opportunity to have this projected to everybody in the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
I mean, first I would say that, I mean, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that most of these people are just going to, I say most of these people, a lot of these people that have posted stuff out there, they've just been lies backed by no evidence. And if I had one thing to say to them, I'd say do your research before you go out saying something that's not true, that could hurt someone. Just do your research. I mean, it's easy. All you have to do is just scroll like they do all day long and find the evidence that's right in front of their face. And I mean, it'll prove its own facts.
I could say I would want to add on to that, do the proper research. Sort through all the lies. I mean, and a lot of these stuff, like you can just tell straight off the bat it's lies. And for one, it's defaming us. And for two, it makes you look like a dummy. I mean, like, you're just saying stuff, just pulling it out of who knows where, and you just look like an idiot on your phone making this TikTok or whatever. Do your research, man. Like, if you can't simply do that.
Just can you mute yourself? We can hear your typing. Dang! All right, let's lock in. I'll mute my mic. I love it. All right, run it back. We'll mute the mic.
In the United States of America, many people who have made statements about you and about what occurred that day, what would you say to them? Like just a 30-second, this is what you would want to convey.
I mean, first I would say that, I mean, it's proven in evidence that they're all lies. I think that most of these people are just going to, I say most of these people, a lot of these people that have posted stuff out there, they've just been lies backed by no evidence. And if I had one thing to say to them, I'd say do your research before you go out saying something that's not true, that could hurt someone. Just do your research. I mean, it's easy. All you have to do is just scroll like they do all day long and find the evidence that's right in front of their face. And I mean, it'll prove its own facts.
I could say I would want to add on to that, do the proper research. Sort through all the lies. I mean, and a lot of these stuff, like you can just tell straight off the bat it's lies. And for one, it's defaming us. And for two, it makes you look like a dummy. I mean, like, you're just saying stuff, just pulling it out of who knows where, and you just look like an idiot on your phone making this TikTok or whatever. Do your research, man. Like, if you can't simply do that, don't get on your phone and start making a video. It's just kind of concerning me with how people have the time of day to just make.
Hold on, wait a minute. Do your research. Hold on. How are you going to tell the public to do your research when you guys have conflicting stories and you guys can't even get your story together? Get your story together first, And not only that, you got a lawyer to help you guys all make sure y'all have the same story. All right, we continue.
You can't simply do that. Don't get on your phone and start making a video.
It's just kind of concerned me with like how people have the time of day to just make up complete lies out of something that they have no evidence of and to post on social media to put other people down. It's insane to me, like how like just people push this and, you know, want to make this a story that it's absolutely not. I don't know what happened to Nolan. My friends don't know what happened to Nolan. But for people to come around and say, oh, this happened for a fact, and I know this, and there's no telling me otherwise, then that's just stupid. You have no, like half these people that are saying all these crazy things on the internet, those lies have already been debunked. There's evidence supporting this is a lie. Like, why are you still saying this? These people just have no idea what they're talking about. And it's very clear because a lot of these people just speak without thinking and post stuff without thinking. But at the end of the day, it just looks really stupid on their page and whatever they're posting on. But it's just sad. Like, people really take the time out of their day to post a bunch of BS lies on a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds who have never done anything to hurt anyone and, loved their friend. Like, I love that man more than anybody. And like, so did all of my friends. And it's absolutely horrible that these people want to come on and push this narrative that we had something to do with this or we killed our best friend. It's just sick to me, Brandon. That's it.
Hold on real quick. Hold on. Wait a minute. Pause. I'm going to guess that in this entire interview and probably what other parts that we get in this interview, that there's not going to be any accountability here for the fact that these boys left their friend on this island. Now, okay, we'll consider the fact that Nolan is a grown man. All right, he can do what he wants to do.
He's not a grown man.
He's somewhat of a grown man. I mean, he's grown enough to make his own decisions based on what he wants to do. But a friend doesn't leave a friend behind when a friend is drunk. That, I feel like that takes away from the fact that you make grown decisions when you guys decide to go on an island and get drunk. Not only that, one thing that I did smartfully so when I was a young kid, I can't set the expectation for these boys or anybody else, but I always was the designated driver, and I would make sure, even if I was a drinker, which I never did, to have a designated driver. Whether you're on a boat or in a car, you need to make sure you have somebody designated to make sure that they could all not only, get everybody back safely, but the designated driver, to me, a lot of times ends up becoming the babysitter as well, unfortunately. But I think the only accountability that you could consider that I've seen that them take is the fact that they didn't want that if they could take this back, they would. The fact that they even went out and had this get together on Horn Island. If you consider that to be accountability, we'll continue.
Yeah.
Well, this might be too long, but I have a few things I need to add. First of all, with respect to Warren, if you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard, to call a federal law enforcement agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go out and check out this island and look for Nolan Wells? Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts. He got back and he called the Coast Guard.
Wait a minute. Will we consider accountability calling the Coast Guard after the fact? No, but I mean, we could give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here by the fact that he was concerned about his friend. I would have been calling him every hour. I'm not going to lie. I would have been like, yo, you good? But unfortunately, he couldn't call his friend because he wasn't responsible enough to leave him with his phone. Well, dang. All right, we'll continue. I won't stop it no more. Let's continue.
Does that sound like a guilty man to you? All right, now these are all American young men, incredible young men. And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could. And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men. And again, they are categorically, completely, and totally innocent. All right, but that's not the end of it. I'll say this again. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. If you lied, you won't be able to hide. And you're gonna be held accountable. And if you lied about these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're gonna be held accountable. You're gonna be sued. I tell you, there are gonna be lawsuits because we have already identified some of the worst offenders. And it may have felt good for them in the moment, instant gratification, sugar high. They got their sugar high, but long after that sugar high wears off, they're gonna find themselves in court, and it's going to be excruciatingly painful. The only thing I can say about that is it won't be quite as painful as what they did to Morgan, Jax, and Warren.
So Ed, I got one question for you, because the way you guys articulate the defamation, obviously, if someone puts out online lies, knowingly and intentionally do them, knowing that they're lies, in part, that's a part of the defamation. But is the racial component, because when someone goes out and says things without evidence, projecting that this was a racial encounter, is that a part of this defamation, or does that not count as far as your tactics on defending them or defending their honor, I guess, in this situation?
Well, one thing that we're never gonna do is we're never gonna speculate, and we're never gonna guess like some other folks who got their sugar highs and are sucking up all the oxygen in the room for now, and they'll have their day in court.
All right, we're back. We're back, I think, guys. Sorry, I think we disconnected there. Are we back? We back? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. All right, I think we're back. We're gonna go back because I missed a part that I really want to hear again anyways. Let's take a step back here. I'm glad I didn't lose y'all though. Whew, we're safe. All right, let's run it back here.
Knowing that they're lies, in part, that's a part of the defamation. But is the racial component, because when someone goes out and says things without evidence, projecting that this was a racial encounter, is that a part of this defamation, or does that not count as far as your tactics on defending them or defending their honor, I guess, in this situation?
Well, one thing that we're never gonna do is we're never gonna speculate, and we're never gonna guess like some other folks who got their sugar highs and are sucking up all the oxygen in the room for now, and they'll have their day in court. But we can talk about what might motivate people. And I won't talk about any particular people because I am not inside their head right now. But I can tell you that racism for profit is a major factor here. And we don't have to name names. But racism for profit, generating outrage for profit, in the end, it's all about money. And we don't even have to think about whether the racism that these people are talking about is real or fake or anything like that. It's racism for profit. And it's part of the motive. But when you have offenders who defame innocent young men, fine innocent young men, upstanding young men, it might be a constellation of motives. Profit, animus, stupidity, ignorance. Maybe they just don't like evidence. See, we really like evidence here. Tyler Cox really likes evidence. I really like evidence. Morgan, Jax, Warren, we really like evidence. And that's the difference between the other guys and us. And we have evidence. We have the receipts, we have the goods, and we're gonna be presenting it in court. And I will say, once we present it in court, we're gonna say, now you can't leave.
Do you think that the other side, because I've seen through social media that there's a preparation of lawsuits against the boys. Is there merit according to your knowledge in this space, is there merit to pursuing lawsuits against them?
I am so glad you asked that question, because I can answer that question definitively and unequivocally.
Wait a minute, Kelly. Where are you getting that information from? I hope it's legitimate information you're sharing here in the chat. She says that the mom was absent from Nolan's life. I have heard that, but I don't believe that. I mean, they've got a lot of pictures that prove that she's been in his life for quite some time, but that doesn't say that she's consistently in his life. I get it, but I don't know if I wouldn't agree with that. I can't, because we don't know for a fact, and that hasn't been proven anywhere that I've seen. So I don't know where you're getting that information. Whoever did this face up to your actions. I agree, Wayne. Yeah, I truly agree. If anybody's responsible, I mean, everything that we see evidence-wise points to the direction of this being a drowning so far. And as I said yesterday, I still say the same thing. If it turns out this lawyer, the mom, then they know that this is a drowning and they're continuing to push forward to this, that's pretty messed up. And I'm starting to think that, I will start to think, as I've questioned, that this might just be a money grab. And I hope that's not what they're pushing for. Both parties which I don't think, to be honest, in my opinion, they should be focused on suing anybody right now. The focus should be simply justice for Nolan Wells, assuming that they think that someone is responsible and someone did actually kill Nolan. Because the mother has made she's made it clear that she thinks someone has killed her son because of, everything that led up to her thinking this, all of the fact that they tried to get the phone back and they had a hard time doing that. Well, there were some questionable things that happened in the process, and then the keys, the dad even questions that, it seems like he had some struggle getting the keys. So, I mean, they're pushing to the fact that this was a murder. So I'm just hoping that they really don't really know, and they're really truly trying to get to the bottom of this. But I don't know why. I do wonder if they have, they know what this is. And I think they do, because everything is done and final at this point. So they have the results. They know. And as I said, they need probable cause to be able to go in front of a grand jury. They definitely need that. And they have that, because it is confirmed that this is official. They're going to be able to go in front of a grand jury for sure. Now, from what I heard, that's either going to take place in October or January. I'm not 100% sure how the grand jury thing works, but from my understanding, they only have certain availabilities at certain times. Don't quote me on it. I'm not sure. Let me know in the chat. And I'll also look into it. Yeah, and just so you know, thanks for the comments. He says no tears from his best friends. We've addressed that numerous of times. The fact that the emotion, not only from one person, but all three boys, there's absolutely no remorse, no anger. There's really not much emotion, right? They're really very difficult to read when it comes to emotion, or figuring out if there's any like remorse for what's happened. And to be quite honest, I think a majority of this interview is surrounding the fact that these guys are more concerned about their freedom. So I don't know, guys. I don't really know how to take this, but it's really bothering, to be honest. But I do keep in mind that, people grieve off camera. Some people are not comfortable with, having emotions or crying in front of people. But I feel like, for me personally, it's one of those situations. If this person is your dear close friend, like you say he is, put all of whatever whatever you think the public thinks to the side. You're willing to stand up for yourself. Okay, well, express to the world the fact that you really are a true, genuine friend, and how it's really affected you. Because to be quite honest, I really don't want to hear about how they've been affected by it. I want to truly know and really feel the fact that this is a genuine friendship, that they really lost somebody that really mean something in their lives. And I don't feel that. I don't feel that emotion coming from these guys. And again, comparing the interview with Javon's versus their interview, it's just completely two different relationships when it comes to how they describe their dear close friend. And that bothers me. It does. And I know people have criticized me for this a lot, but it is what it is. I mean, the truth presents itself to me, not in the sense of them being murderers, but the fact that they are close friends. And I had somebody come in the comment section just this morning. They said, Juice, I think this is my last time here because I said that they seem like they're friends, but they don't seem like they're best friends. Really? You're going to unsubscribe because I stated my opinion over opinions? I just said take care. That's crazy to me. This case has made me lose so many subscribers. This drama is real. So with that being said, I'll allow people to, share their thoughts. That doesn't mean go crazy and disrespect one of another, but I get it. I understand what this case does to society, and again, we're going to have tough conversations when it comes to this case. So, hey, by all means, the arguments will probably erupt as they've already began in the chat because of this case. And it's unfortunate, but this is a tough case. It's a tough case. We'll continue.
Anybody who sues Jax, Warren, or Morgan, they're going to end up paying our attorney's fees. Guaranteed.
Wow.
Any lawsuit, and I'm going to warn anyone right now, anybody who is thinking for 1 second about suing these fine young men, these good Ocean Springs people, you're going to pay their attorney's fees. You're going to lose. You're going to get annihilated. You're going to get crushed. You have nothing. And here's the beauty of it. We know you have nothing because we actually have the evidence. We know what happened. And I'll just say it like this. We have a pair of aces and you have 2-7 offsuit.
So with all the negative that's going on, obviously there's been positive that I've seen that have come y'all's direction. I felt like when Warren came out and did the interview the first time, of course, a lot of people decided to say a lot of negative things, but then there's a tremendous amount of people that were very supportive and thankful that they had a chance to hear the other side. So what are y'all's thoughts and feelings on the other side of this, where people have been supportive? Kind of what are your thoughts on that? What have you experienced in that area?
I want to start off and just say that has helped us tremendously through this. One, mentally knowing that there are people on our side that are here to help and want to help and are actually helping with the online stuff. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has made a video on the positive side of things and showing the actual facts and debunking a lot of false information and giving to the Gifts and Go. Yeah, that's another really big one. Thank you so much for that, giving to the Gifts and Go. That means a lot, more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, Morgan.
I just want to say thank you to all the people out there. I personally went through and looked at all the there's a prayer thing you can say a prayer on there, and I personally went through and looked at all the prayers, and I'm just really appreciative of all the people that I know that have our backs and have supported us through all of this. It's really helped us out.
That's great.
Obviously I want to give thanks. My friends and my family really appreciate it. I mean, it's hard to get by every day without having a group of people behind you. And it really helps my friend and I's, especially like mental side of things, knowing that we have a community behind us that is willing to stand for us and stand for the truth. And we can't thank them enough. Like, seriously, with, like Morgan said, the prayers and just even the money and the Gifts and Go. It's a blessing from the Lord. And, we can't thank everybody enough. Seriously, it's been more than enough. So
Ed, what are your thoughts on this? I know you see the outpouring of support for the boys. I know that obviously with your credentials, you're taking on this case, which is a huge undertaking, representing multiple young people in this with so many people that you have mentioned that could be possibly going to get sued in this. So what would you like to say to the people about this?
Well, the most important thing is that these three outstanding young men who are completely innocent are worth standing behind. It's worth standing behind them. It's worth supporting them, because these three gentlemen here, they're going to go out into the world and they're going to do incredible things for society, right? These are three young men who want to help people and who are going to help people. They're just wonderful souls, wonderful human beings. So if you want someone to support, if you're looking for someone to support, and if you're looking for people who tell the truth and like evidence and common sense, you should support these guys, not the other guys who traffic in lies. All right, now there's a Give, Send, Go page, right? Those donations are very important. We have an incredible legal team. I'm very, very privileged to be working with Tyler Cox, called Cox, right? Is that right? So, but we're going to be bringing powerhouse lawsuits, absolutely powerhouse. But, right, it does require support, and any support is greatly appreciated. But there are also things that people can do that have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses. Do the research. Read. Look at the evidence, right?
I gotta pause there, because how can we embrace? I think embracing the common sense, as far as the common sense part goes. I mean, we're sharing what we know, and that's we with the limited information that we have, and I'm pretty sure the lawyer understands this. We're investigating from all angles, from both sides of the fence. So there's really not much to read to determine who, whether or not that somebody's responsible for this. We can consider that no one is, because there's no evidence that points in the direction of somebody being held responsible for the death of Nolan Wells. But that doesn't mean, because it's not, the case, the investigation hasn't been concluded. So we can't just assume going forward that this is not a homicide. You are aware of that. So, I mean, I get it. You're standing up for these boys, as you should as a lawyer, but common sense would be what the world is doing right now. I would say, I mean, there's nothing that says they're not responsible for what happened. So until otherwise, the world's view is going to be what it is based on the information that's been presented to the world. This guy's crazy. Well, he's not crazy, but I mean, come on, man. That's common sense.
That have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses.
And then he lies to the public, by the way. I don't know if anybody caught that, but the lie is it has nothing to do with money, yet we are suing. What? It don't got nothing to do with money, but yet we're about to get some money out of you. All right, we'll continue here.
Do the research. So, but we're going to be bringing powerhouse lawsuits, absolutely powerhouse. But, right, it does require support, and any support is greatly appreciated. But there are also things that people can do that have nothing to do with money. All we're asking people to do is embrace reality, embrace common sense, and don't give in to your worst impulses. Do the research. Read. Look at the evidence, right? Start judging credibility. And look at the respective motivations, the motives on both sides, right? On one side, you have some folks who maybe are not motivated by such great things.
Right, Grace?
But what we have on our side and why you should support us, one word for you. My favorite word, which is virtue. We've got virtue, all right? We've got the honesty. We've got the integrity, right? We're doing the right thing here. Honesty, integrity. That's us. Honesty, integrity, and the truth. And those are very high virtues. And that's why you should support these incredible young men.
Well, thank you guys for agreeing to do an interview. I really, the purpose, and I think you guys can agree to this or lament to it, that the purpose is just to get the message out there. You know, I'm not an investigator in this case. I've done this for a living for a very long time. I know when people are lying and when they're not. And I want the world to know the only reason I'm even willing to talk to you guys is because you've shown through evidence that you've shown me and also through your character that you guys are trustworthy and you're at least in good faith telling me your side of the story.
Oh,
So
great. Now Tatum's lying.
I just want to say thank you guys for doing the interview and good luck.
You have a platform to
Thank you.
You have a platform to uphold. Part 3 coming soon. It looks like we'll be chiming in on a part 3 tomorrow for sure, without a doubt. Oh man, these interviews have been rather interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, so for the money situation, clearly he's in it for the money. Otherwise, he'd probably be representing pro bono. But it looks like this lawyer's, probably asking for some money to represent these 3 boys. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be asking for money to get a lawyer to represent them and sue. So, I mean, we got a countersues going on. We got both parties suing each other for the most part, from what it sounds like. There's some lawsuits on the mom's end as well. So it's a whole money situation for sure. And, I'm not going to get too distracted on that, when it comes to the mom, because she's grieving and she's got a loss going on. I'm not saying sue somebody to, help you out financially. But I think that the fact that she's got, very close to $1 million within her GoFundMe, which is, I think it's been raised up to 950,000 now. I think we checked yesterday. It started at 750, went to 850. Now it's at 950. So they're about to raise $1 million. And she's currently out of work. So, I mean, they're going to need some bit of money to cover cover them for now, but they've got well over enough amount to have left over when they get done paying their fees, but they probably won't have any fees because everything is paid for. But yeah, Tatum is saying that he would only do this interview because he's, saying pretty much that, he thinks that they're being honest with him. Now you have a platform to uphold, and that comes with entertainment content. So it's not just that, we know that. But it sounded real good. Now, real quick, I mean, I've thought that Tatum, was a little bit one-sided when it comes to this case here. However, I've changed up my thoughts on that just a little bit after I had saw a video that he did with Chris. Chris sat down and had an interview with him just the other day. We'll check this out real quick here.
The content on this channel is based on my...
Take this down real quick because I got some other videos up that I need to move. But he sat down, and then I want to listen to Joseph Scott Morgan's interview that he had. That was a great interview as well. And then we'll probably open up these phone lines here. But check this out. He sat down. Brandon Tatum sat down with Chris Kumo, and if I'm even saying his last name right, and here's what he had to say. I mean, I think he was he was saying some things that I would have never thought of that changed my perception on what I thought about him initially, because I thought he was just simply taking these boys aside, and he wasn't buying into anything on the mother's end. Like, he was criticizing the mom, talking down on Christine. But here's what he had to say. And I don't know if it's just for the record to sound good, but listen to this here.
Nolan, I don't know none of these people. I think Nolan was a great kid, and I want justice for him. And so that's why I want to take an impartial approach and say, if you ain't had nothing to do with it, rule them out. Come on, rule these people out, man. Quit damaging other people's lives. Let's weave to what happened to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's get past the foolery. And Benjamin Crump, this is what bothers me, right? Because from what I heard from people that were there, that are in this group were saying that Nolan's parents weren't as focused on his race stuff. They weren't even focused on that. It was going to be a community thing. We're going to come together. We're going to find out what happened to Nolan. And when Benjamin Crump and them came into town, it got weird. All of a sudden, the parents are on television saying, we don't know these people. And
I saw the interview that you had with the kid, and he's saying, what do you mean you don't know me?
His mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And man, that can't be farthest from the truth. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other. You don't know me. Him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy. I mean, we had Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group. There's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right, and he's been here since. It blows my mind because our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are.
What's your read on that? That do you think that they were just saying we don't know everybody who was there, or do you think that they're just all screwed up emotionally because they lost their son? What's your explanation?
There's three things that come to my mind. I know a lot of people think that like I'm forming an opinion. You know, it's like three things that I'm evaluating that I don't know which one is true. One could be that they don't consider him to be a close friend, which means that don't mean he wasn't a close friend, is that they don't consider him as a close friend. They perceived that others were closer to him, and in the haze of what all this stuff is going on, they're not in the press conference remembering everything that has ever happened. They could be clouded in that.
So remember, we talked about this yesterday when this is Tristan that did this interview with Tatum, and I had to be honest, man, like, who's lying? Somebody has to be lying here. Whether, either the mom is lying or Tristan's lying, one or the other. So they're also conflicting each other's stories, and I think the mom's been pretty honest for the most part. There have been questionable things. Like I said, I've been kind of investigating this at all angles. I'm not taking anybody's side. And I asked the chat, I said, who do you guys, who takes their, whose word for who's more than the other? And I think a majority of the chat said that they believe Tristan is being honest. Like, he's been there. Like, the mom knows who he is, because remember, the mom said she had no idea who Tristan was. And that's kind of messed up. I'm not going to lie. If it turns out that he, she really does know. And I think, when he said that they went, to Florida together, that kind of did it for me. It seemed more, I was convinced of, that fact that he was telling the truth. So that's crazy. I really hope, the mom is being honest and not doing this to this poor kid, and I think Tristan inserted himself into this situation more so than he would have came up as somebody who could be responsible for what happened to Nolan, because remember, Tristan got in trouble with his uncle, so Tristan had to leave early. So he wasn't there before, he was gone, it sounded like, before the Bells Pump incident happened with the audio and everything. So that's just crazy to me. So yeah, to me, I think he inserted himself into this situation. I don't think that he would have even really been talked about or brought up very much had he not spoken out. Remember, he said that was him when a lot of the public thought that it was Nolan arguing, because remember, we're still trying to get to the bottom of an altercation that took place on the island. One being Warren's brother said that was involved, and the other one, supposedly, according to Tristan, he was the one involved in this altercation. It was not Nolan, but we're still hearing that it was actually Nolan who got in the fight. So we don't know which one is it. You know, we don't know, but and maybe somebody knows in the chat. I don't think so. I've yet to, you know, figure out or get to the bottom of that particular situation, but I just think that that's not fair to him, you know, if he is a close friend. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things come about as we go on here. Real quick.
They came over
as a close friend. They perceived.
We got, let me show you guys this real quick here. So I've been hearing a lot of rumors too. I've been yet to be able to debunk this or not. And I don't know if this document is 100% legitimate. However, I've been hearing rumors that the mom had refused to turn in the phone. But when I research it, it says that, you know, not only has everybody complied, but she did turn in the phone to investigators. But yet I've heard rumors that she hasn't turned in the phone to, you know, investigators for whatever reason. So also, well, let's just read here. So it says, please be advised that A.R. Smith Law PPLC has been retained to serve a local counsel for estate and family in NOLAN Wells moving forward. I will be working alongside the legal team at Ben Crump Law in representing our clients and addressing matters arising from Mr. Wells' death. And who is this, by the way? So it's supposed to be the office of the district attorney. As legal team has stated previously, including during our in-person meeting with the Wells family and counsel, we have been and remain ready and willing to cooperate in arranging a joint forensic inspection of NOLAN Wells' personal cell phone. During that meeting, we specifically discussed having the examination conducted through the digital forensic lab at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, as well as possible of FBI involvement in that process. Our position has not changed. We are prepared to coordinate a mutual agreeable date and procedure for examination of the phone. Accordingly, to the extent there has been any suggestion that we have been unwilling or have failed to cooperate with the investigation, we want to make clear that this is not the case. You also previously indicated that Dr. Mitchell would be provided an opportunity to review the materials necessary for him to complete his autopsy review. Remain prepared to facilitate that process. Please provide us with available dates and times for Dr. Mitchell to review those materials, along with any instructions necessary to arrange his access. It says we would like to move both of these matters forward promptly and remain available to coordinate with your office. Very truly yours. And then it says Ahmad, whoever that is. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is as of today though. So I don't know if this is legitimate or not. However, I figured I'd share it with you guys. I don't know if the mother has refused to turn in the phone or she's gonna do it and she hasn't done it yet. I don't know. But like I said, as far as I know, they've cooperated and, you know, they've been willing to turn in that phone. And from what I heard, they already did a while back. So I don't know, chat. I don't know. Anyway, I want to continue this video real quick.
That others were closer to him, and in the haze of what all this stuff is going on, they're not in a press conference remembering everything that has ever happened. They could be clouded in that. So I could see how that happened. I could see how there could be a situation where he's lying to me, right? I don't think he is. He showed me all these pictures of prom and all this stuff, but there could be a position that he's lying to me and mama's right. The third one is that it's a grift. Because
not by the parents.
Well, I don't know.
I think I like the way, I like the way Tatum's, he's hitting points at all angles. See, I like that. He's not taking anybody's side here.
I don't think he is. He showed me that others were closer to him, and in the haze of what all this stuff is going on, they're not in the press conference remembering everything that has ever happened. They could be clouded in that. So I could see how that happened. I could see how there could be a situation where he's lying.
Right, Olivia, I understand that's from the attorney. I understand that. But if that's the case, then that would mean, if that document is legitimate, then that would mean that they're holding off on the phone, that they have not turned in the phone, when the phone, it sounds like, should have been turned in a long time ago. So why are they holding off on this evidence that could be helpful to the case if they truly stand on what they think? What is the intent or purpose to keeping the phone? I don't get that. You know, I don't understand the logic of them keeping that phone. I really don't. So that's what I'm saying. If they've waited this long, then without a doubt, it seems like they've refused to give up the phone. The fact that they're documenting something and reaching out to somebody in regards to the phone says that they're keeping this phone, or they've kept this phone. There should be no reason why they're even doing that in the first place. Whatever they have already requested, it should have been given out. Now, why they're doing it, they could have a good reason why. I couldn't tell you. So, you know, I don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. But it doesn't sound to me like they've complied with every request right away. And maybe due to lack of evidence, I'm just throwing it out there, it could postpone something for a little while. Maybe that's why they're doing it. I have no idea. No, maybe not. No, that's not a good. No, never mind. That's definitely not why. But I don't get it. I really don't.
To me, right? I don't think he is. He showed me all these pictures of prom and all this stuff, but there could be a position that he's lying to me, and Mama's right. The third one is that it's a grift. Because
not by the parents.
Well, I don't know. It could be by the group, right? Parents could be included. Could be. Because he came out on ABC and said it's not about race. He contradicted Benjamin Crump because he said that wasn't Nolan. That was me getting into an altercation. And with that being said, now they have to distance themselves from a person who is obstructing the narrative. Because he's saying, I'm Nolan's best friend and nothing had to do with race. Nolan was not arguing, that was actually me. And now the narrative, I think, was attacked. Benjamin Crump's narrative was attacked. And so I can see the plot being, we got to distance ourselves from him because he's messing up the narrative. And that could be the manipulation from Benjamin Crump against the family who's mourning and he's taking advantage of them. Because all of a sudden he's like now being ostracized. All of a sudden everybody that's putting it in context and saying, well, like the kid Jalen or Jaden, I forget his name. I think it's Jaden or something like that. He's getting threats. I saw his post on Instagram just recently. He's getting threats.
Everybody.
By the way, I just wanted to shout out Connie. I didn't even see it till now. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Much love to Connie.
Gets threats.
No, I'm saying he's getting threats because he said he initially came out and said it wasn't about race.
Right.
We were all good friends. And they went after him.
Yes.
And then he went and did another interview with his mama on the thing with him. And mama, from what I hear.
Oh, and also Grace, thanks for the $2 super chat. I know you were trying to get my attention, but I appreciate it regardless.
Is pushing that idea of race when he don't believe that and don't think that he's in the friend group with all these other white boys. And he don't feel that way.
But, you know, look, parents and kids can feel differently, but here's what we know is you're going to get attacked in this day and age. Everybody attacks, especially when there's anything incendiary involved, let alone race.
100%.
You know, there are people who believe, I sat on a jury with one once, that you can't, there's been too much systemic inequality. There's been too much systemic racism. I will never believe it's done the right way. If there's any suggestion it was done the wrong way, I believe it was done the wrong way because that's my experience and that's what I've seen. And that's it. These are hard because they're hard positions because it matters so much. And we've made it matter so much. And this story is wrapped up in that. But I will say, first autopsy different than second autopsy. They know a lot more in that first one. Why? They had the full body intact. They had it sooner. Toxicology will probably be the same result, first to second, but they remove tissue and organs, which is very usual for them to do more investigation that they didn't have in the second process. So they didn't have any of the tissue around here because they had removed it, and there's a reason that they removed it. So they may know things. They may know that it was a drowning. And they may, you know what I mean? You don't always know. Brandon knows all this as being a cop. But, just when you drown doesn't mean they always find water in the lungs or in the stomach. They usually do. They don't always. And even if they do, so he drowned. We still don't know if it's a homicide or an accident or even a suicide. Why? I don't know. Why'd he drown? If Brandon holds my head underwater and I drown, that's different than me not knowing how to swim well or getting caught in a washing machine. So they will know more. It will be helpful.
Wow, good point, though. But how would they determine the fact that he drowned if his head was held down, though? I mean, what would show up in that toxicology that would prove that he was forced to drown, though? That's the big question, I guess. So what was the issue with the phone then, Olivia, then, if they're reaching out in regards to the phone then, assuming that they already gave the phone up initially when they first retrieved it? So I guess I don't know that part of the situation. So it seems you know a lot more than me when it comes to that. So I don't know.
I'm okay with not knowing right now. It's not easy, makes the job harder. But if they're going to present it to the grand jury, as long as it comes out afterwards, then that is due process. And then you can make your judgments.
And Chris, that's fair to the family. And if I was their attorney, like I said, I despise Benjamin Crump because I feel like he's adding fuel. If I was their attorney, I'd say you should appreciate that they're not releasing this to the public because it would interfere in the investigation. If they come out now and they go, the autopsy yield that he drowned, right? They said he drowned. The person who killed him now knows that they're off the hook. The person who may know that this person killed them are like, I'm not going to come forward now because it's over. Like they believe he drowned. I'm going to escape this. Not knowing what happened gives them time to get people to come forward still. And also, you don't want to give too much. And I think Benjamin Crump hurt the family in this investigation. One, because I know that they know that he drowned. They may know he drowned and Benjamin Crump is just looking for money. Because if I was Benjamin Crump, I would not have put the autopsy out there prematurely. Because if I was a witness and I'm a police department and I'm trying to get witness statements and I now got a lead, I don't know if the witness is telling the truth or not. I cannot determine if the witness saw this on social media or the witness was on the scene, because this happens in law enforcement all the time. You're able to determine the authenticity of a person's statement based on information that never was public. So if someone says, hey, I saw him on the boat and like it was two guys fighting and one guy hit another guy with a pipe in the back of his head. And they go, where'd he hit him at? It like right in the base of his neck. Well, we didn't release the autopsy to show that he had damage here. That person's may be very authentic that they were physically there, and this is not some ploy to get a $150,000 reward by putting fake information out there. Or the suspect, they may say he had a laceration to the side of his neck with a sharp object. Well, the person who did it, if they ever get questioned after the information is divulged, they're gonna make sure they say, I never touched his neck. I never hit him, or I never did this. They can preset their interview to make sure that they don't align with none of the evidence you have. That's why they hold off on it. They don't hold off because they want the public to be
wow, and that's true. That's crazy. If that's true from Tatum there, that's interesting. And on another note, Summer, I really liked that comment. She says, I'm just scared that we may truly never know, but I pray for answers. I know. And I said that the other day. I said, this may have an ending that has that seems like it has no end, not really necessarily, but there's just no determinant of not only the cause of death, but this doesn't end with the conclusion that we're looking for, in a sense of somebody being responsible or us really truly knowing what happened to Nolan Wells. It just seems like the fact that, the decomp, after finding him in the water affects so much. It's almost like there's a possibility that they won't be able to determine the cause of death because of the fact that he was in water. And I hope that's not the outcome. That would be a terrible ending. Oh man, that would be awful. Because that's going to not only affect the community as it already has, but much more, but it's also going to keep this family on edge. And I can't imagine how, things may play out. Let's just say this family and these young boys bump heads in a store. I can't imagine how that may go, or maybe these boys bump into somebody that believes in the outcome that the family is pushing for, that they believe. It's just not good. It's just not good. And I really hope that we're able to get the closure that we're looking for. Either way you slice it, whether it's drowning or whether it's homicide, I truly hope it's either or. That way, everybody's at ease when it comes to that. And obviously, if this is a murder, it's definitely finna go up out there in Mississippi. And I would hate for that to happen as well. But I just think the fact that they're not, this is going to be not only causing tension amongst the family members or, people who support the family and are people who are one-sided and they truly think that this is a murder. Because since a lot of people think that they know it all, they know exactly what happened here. Some people do. It's going to get ugly. And that sucks because they're going to not only be mad at those people that they feel that are responsible, but they're going to be mad at the people that are doing the autopsies and stuff, and the way that they're going to say that the sheriff mishandled this and whatnot. And it's just going to go crazy, man. I don't like this at all. I don't like that outcome, at least.
In the dark, they just don't want to mess this up. This boy's life is on the line. His parents need justice, and they can't go out prematurely and mess it up, because it's the same thing with Charlie Kirk, and we could probably get to that in another interview, but it's the same thing with Charlie Kirk, that people were like, why didn't they not putting information out? It's because you can't, if there's another suspect involved, you can't say where they shot him from. Like, for instance, the video that wasn't released was they had video of him on the roof.
Right.
It wasn't until the trial that they released the video of him actually going in prone position and shooting Charlie. But before that, they only showed him run across the roof. They didn't ever show the part where he walked up in prone. And that's because if there's other suspects or other material, they don't want the public to know that and then change their
And look, you don't want to
statements.
you're going to have to give it all to the defense anyway, as part of the discovery process. But you're not in a rush to give anything too soon. As police and prosecutors, it's a big point of frustration, not just as a lawyer, but as a journalist. Why? Because the more I know that you don't know, the better for me. And there is something competitive to this. There's something adversarial to this. And I don't want you to, what you're suggesting, I don't want you to come up with answers that meet what I know. Because I want to get you without that benefit. And it's a balancing test. And it's frustrating. And it is more frustrating these days because there's less trust, if there's any trust at all. We're seeing that with ICE every day. I just did a video before I came on with you. Tom Holman was right to say to Dana Bash that we're not making mistakes. And she was wrong to say you are making mistakes, because I don't think anything's a fucking mistake. I think that when you are telling guys to do it a certain way, and you're making them political players, which they shouldn't have ever done to the men and women doing the job, it's not a mistake. If I'm telling you it's okay, I'm telling you to do it this way, then you're not making a mistake when you do it that way. High prices are here to stay. Gas, groceries, insurance, it's going to take time. And if you're a homeowner, you probably thought, and there's no pressure. 8580/.
He just was excessive. And this is one thing, and I'll throw out there that I think, because I wrote in my book that Chauvin was wrong. He was wrong. Even though George Floyd, more than likely, he died from ODing, but they didn't charge Chauvin with intentionally killing George Floyd. And people don't understand that. They charged him with a depraved mind and a lack of supporting him as he's dying, which in that state ended up being like second-degree murder, which was the appropriate charge. We are not trained to, you could be trained to put your knee on somebody in that fashion, but not till they die.
Right.
You have
I
to-
think
you-
the recklessness. I think the recklessness is the right mens rea, is the right mental set. Depraved mind murder. We'll talk about it in another interview. That is a really bad statute because of how it was used. It was designed for something very specific, and it got used by prosecutors after some terrorism acts as like a midpoint between first and second degree murder. And it was misused. And in New York State, I covered this story where they had to undo all these prosecutions, Brandon, because it was never what the law was intended for. And you had like these bad guys. I had a guy who lives right near me, still does, probably watching this, where he thought this guy across the street who liked young girls was going to do something to his daughter because the guy said he was going to do something to his daughter. So he walks across the street with his shotgun to say, let's hear you say it now. And the guy's like, yeah, I'll say it right now. And he shot him. He killed him. And they charged him with depraved mind murder because it was kind of like, did he mean it? Was he just going over there to confront him? And he wound up writing the appeal himself, by the way, that, hey, this law was never meant for this. And he was right. And the Court of Appeals turned over the conviction. So I'm very nervous every time I hear depraved mind murder. But I'll tell you what, I'm happy we had this conversation. And, you know, how people disagree matters more than the basis of disagreement most times. We're both trying to figure out what happened here, and I believe for the right reasons. Thank you for sharing what you know. Thank you for going through it with me. I'm always a call ahead to return.
Yeah, I think Sparks might have said that because the discoloration wasn't displayed until they were able to like literally go inside the body. You know what I mean? So I think that may be why, you know, he might have said that comment there. I don't know for sure. Because somebody had asked, how do you know? He said, that's a lie. If you watch George Floyd's trial, you understand he did not die from an overdose. Tatum just says whatever. Yeah, I don't know about that portion of it, but to your comment earlier, I think you had said that the Mississippi me wasn't even aware of the discoloration on the back of his head. So what Tatum just said would have been irrelevant without the independent autopsy. As far as I know, the independent autopsy wasn't what proved. Well, it was what proved. I'm sorry, the discoloration, I guess. But I don't think that would have showed up just physically looking at the body. I think they'd have to. I think that came up because of them being able to see like inside the head, not the outside the head. I don't know. I don't know how the independent autopsy works 100%, but from what I heard, they would, you know, if they weren't able to, you know, go inside, they weren't, you know, they would have never found out the discoloration. So I don't know. Don't quote me on it. I'm not too sure. But at the end of the day, what does this discoloration mean? You know what I mean? What does that really mean? We still haven't got to the bottom of the discoloration in the back of the head. For all we know, remember this, you know, this island is called the washing machine. And with that being said, it's highly possible that, you know, I mean, listen, he was in the water for 2 days, at least a day. We know for sure that there's a chance that he may have been under that water for at least a day because he was washed up to surface, or that's how they quoted it, is that Nolan washed up on surface or the shore. So if this, and I think it is, you know, if this island is like they say, which you can't go into certain parts of it, or people avoid certain parts, which is that northern end, then, you know, just thinking of what a washing machine would be like, you know, you're getting spun all around and upside down, and considering the fact that these currents can drag you miles, not just feet, anything's possible at this point. Anything could have happened to Nolan. So I don't know. I can't call it. But again, it's still leaning in the direction so far, based on what we have, as a drowning. We still don't have any real legitimate evidence that points toward homicide, a murder. we were talking about the siblings, you know, whether or not Nolan's got, or not, I'm sorry, not the siblings. We were talking about the fact that his mom is not really in his life. Now, I really don't know that. I know that she has other children. I know Nolan is not the oldest. I was looking into that a while back. He's got a sibling who is 31 years old, Clarissa Briscoe. What I'm hearing, she's the oldest. Jalen Briscoe is 29, which is a brother. And then Jaden Briscoe. So Jalen and Jaden. Jaden is 27. Jalen is 29. Ethan Wansley is 22 years old. And then you got Elmore Wansley, which is 20 years old. And then it's Nolan. So it looks like Nolan's the baby out of all of them. He's the youngest of all. It's crazy. And he's the sixth child, it looks like. So his mom's got not one, not two, not three. Yeah, 4, 5, 6 kids. Yeah, it's insane. And I was looking at some of these kids. They don't show them online, but I think it shows 2 of them at that funeral, which is so sad. But yeah, I mean, people are even questioning if that's his biological father. I've still yet to rule that as the truth or not. I could care less. That doesn't even matter right now. But I mean, she's got some kids, you know, for sure. And I always think, like, out of 6 kids, there's always that one kid, not always, but sometimes there's that one kid that always is at grandma's house or at their uncle's house and they live there. I spent most of my time, well, at a point in time, you know, living with my grandmother. But I would say me and my mom are close, as well as, you know, my grandma. Me and my grandma were really close. Would you call that not living with your mom? I don't know. I mean, everybody has their own views when it comes to that. At the end of the day, that doesn't even matter. That's still her son, you know, even if that was the case. So I don't know why it's such a big thing for people, but either way you slice it, that's her boy. So, hey, we love you too, Teresa. Thanks so much for chiming in here tonight, by the way. Kimmy, good seeing you, by the way, in the chat. Says, please remember to be respectful and kind to others. Yeah, we gotta try to keep it classy as much as we can. I know it's difficult. This is a very tough case. And it's very difficult to keep our emotions to our emotions to ourselves with this case. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I get it, guys. It's not an easy case to cover, at least for me as well. Now, one more interview. I won't probably watch this whole thing because it's like 40 minutes long. We'll probably just skip through this real quick because I want to open up the phone line just in case. I feel like there's 1 or 2 people who really wanted to call in from what I'm hearing. So what we'll do is listen to this last video here. And like I said, we won't listen to this whole thing, though. Let me pull this up real quick here. And I just thought that they had some really good things. Really good insight. Joseph Scott Moore, I love him. He's great. He seems like a very smart guy. I mean, he doesn't seem like it. He is. So let's take a listen just real quick here.
That everybody out there knows one another. And when I saw the images that came in, this was like mass confusion out there. And I don't mean it's like chaos because it's a holiday.
Orchestrated chaos.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, everybody kind of knows where they're going. But can you imagine trying to keep track of it? It's not like there's a person there with a clipboard.
No.
Saying, you know, this person's here, this person, where's this person? You know, it's not like that out there.
And the thing is, only time that it gets examined is when something bad happens, Joe. You realize that these young people go to Horn Island to party. It's offshore. They can have whatever. And they imbibe. And that's something that has come out of this. And I don't want to cast dispersions on anyone's character or anything, but golly,
Yeah, we'll open up the phone lines right now, actually, in like the next couple of minutes. Let me just let me grab a drink, guys. I'm pretty thirsty here. Let me grab a drink. All right, we'll open up the
whiz
phone.
beef, do you really think a bunch of young people with no adult supervision 10 miles offshore on Horn Island are there drinking Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
And I mean,
LOLs, good seeing you, by
they're
the way.
not
Big welcomes,
sneaking
LOLs.
cigarettes from grandpa's, carton. They
No.
have their own, and
Yeah.
they're out there doing that. And one of the things that has come up, and if you don't want to be honest about it, then you really don't need to be in the conversation. But where alcohol, water, and sun are mixed,
Yeah.
you have problems. It affects everybody differently. And some people have said that Nolan Wells was drinking heavily. His mother came out and said, no, he wasn't. He was not. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know Nolan. I don't know anybody that was out there, Joe. I only know what people do and what they have said. So based on those and those facts that we know life, but we weren't there, all we have are the autopsy report and the memories of people who will tell the truth and the lies by those who might be trying to cover something up.
Yeah.
A lie
no,
will fall apart. And here's how you
Yeah, it
tell
will.
it.
Yeah.
The truth never changes. The truth never changes because it's the truth.
Yeah.
A lie has to change when new facts come out. So follow
Yeah.
that thinking. And what does the autopsy report tell us, Joe?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. They're saying that they have completed the autopsy, but it hasn't been released.
Right.
And so here's a big tell.
Why is that? Why is it that it hasn't been released?
I'm about to expand on that. And I think this is the big reveal. Yes, the autopsy report has been completed. And when I say autopsy report, I'm not merely talking about the gross anatomical observations that they see at autopsy, like when we do the examination, the postmortem examination of the body. All right. Does everybody understand that? Okay. It doesn't just include that. It also includes the histology report. What does that mean? Okay. That means that all the little tissue samples that we take at autopsy, that means the doctor has taken those tissue samples. They've been placed on a glass slide. The doctor has sat at a microscope and has looked at each one of those and has written an individual comment about all those tissues. What does that entail?
Tell you?
Yeah. Well, glad you asked, because this is what they did. All right. Brain tissue. He'll say if it's healthy or if something has happened that he can see with his eyes microscopically. Okay. Heart. They'll look at the heart tissue. They'll let you know if it's healthy or if there was any pre-existing disease. You're saying, man, what does that matter? Well, if you want to do a complete autopsy, you have to look at everything. Yes, I understand that Nolan is young. I also understand that Nolan is a top-tier athlete and his heart should be in fine condition. All right. But you have to eliminate those things that you have no prior knowledge of. All right. Lungs. Lungs is a big question here, right? So you're going to want to, first off, take tissue samples, probably multiple. The right lung has 3 lobes, all right? 3 major sections to it, all right? And what you do at autopsy is there are these little cassettes, they're called cassettes, all right? So a cassette is it's like a little white plastic thing that has a trap. It's not a trap door, it's a little door. You take a section of the upper lobe of the right lung, okay? You place that into the cassette, second lobe, and you label that. You actually label it with a lead pencil on the outside. And then you take each one of the sections and you drop it into formalin, which is the preservative. So you go through all those, then you go to the left lung. Okay, you take a section of that. You'll take a section of stomach, probably the esophagus, okay, a cross section of it. And of course, I've mentioned previously the samples that you would have taken with his stomach are going to be not just the tissue itself, like the lining of the stomach and the exterior of the stomach, but you're also going to be looking at the content of the stomach, and that would have been collected separately. So the stomach is tied off at the upper end where the esophagus dumps into it. It's tied off at the bottom where it dumps into the small intestine, and you take the entire stomach out, and it's fully inflated. It looks like a balloon when it comes out. Fully inflated, it goes into a separate basin. And within that basin, you open it with a pair of scissors, and everything pours out. And when you do, you take a centrifuge tube. It's about that tall, about that big around. It's got a screw-on plastic cap, and you dip like this. You dip the contents, and you have them separated. Now, the other thing you're going to do is measure the contents of the stomach. You know, how much is there? You know, because, you know, when one of the big questions, I think, at least for me, I want to know how long Nolan had been deceased. That's key. People don't talk about that a lot in this case. I think that that's critical. And with stomach contents, let's say let's say he ate a Subway sandwich. I don't know if he did or not, but let's just say a sandwich. Okay. He ate a sandwich. All right. Well, we can measure the amount of time it takes for him to have ingested a sandwich and for it to make in the stomach and to sit there in the stomach, and how long would it take for those stomach contents to make it out. And it's going to be dependent upon what you're ingesting. Okay. So, and there's a whole litany of a huge list that I could go down with the different types of things we ingest and how long it takes to pass through our system. But you don't hear a lot about that. And that's going to be, I got to tell you, Brother Dave, that's going to be a critical finding here. Because let's just say, for instance, if his stomach had dumped into the small intestine and his stomach is empty, other than maybe some non-specific fluid, I'm thinking salt water. I'm also thinking any kind of liquid that he ingested, and you're absent solid food, you can actually put a marker in time on that. And that's going to be critical in this case, because we're not really going to know a lot. We're not going to know a lot about about what went on out there, but it's fascinating to me, and I still love the science of this, Brother Dave. When you have human remains, there are certain things that you can look at that in the postmortem state, that when you look at them, it's almost like you have gone into a cross-section of a tree, and you can look at those rings, and the rings will tell you certain things about the life of that tree. There are certain things that we're looking for in this particular case when it comes to Nolan's death that will be markers in time.
I mute it. Oh, love Joe Scott Morgan, by the way. Man, this guy's smart guy. Love him. Good, great points of views. I'm always used to seeing him on the Nancy Grace Show. It's the first time I've ever watched his YouTube channel. Thanks for letting me know I'm muted, by the way. See, I told you guys. You guys wanted me to mute so y'all didn't hear the typing. See, it's y'all's fault. Nah, I do it either way. But let's take some calls. We'll limit the calls, guys. Let's not get too crazy over talking here, because I don't want to I want to give other people a chance to call. I don't think we'll have a whole lot of calls, but still. Mr. Juice.
Oh, hey, Juice.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, it's Shauna.
Hey,
Well, I guess I should say Shauna from Tennessee or something, because there's a lot of Shaunas going around right now. Not that that's a bad thing, but I'm the one that's like called from the very beginning.
yeah, I remember you.
Thanks. Oh, okay. Well, I was just calling in real quick because I said something a little bit ago, and I think I left a comment a little bit ago, and I think it was either I said it wrong, and I mean, I've had to like type and delete my comments because my brain and my fingers aren't really kind of working together. But
yeah, I heard you were
got a
saying
lot
to
of-
look up a word or something like that, and I think you were saying that I changed.
but it was it was before that. I was just saying that. Well, before that, because someone had said something about the typing, like the typing clicking noise, and I was trying to tell you there is an actual term for that, like aversion to noise. And I thought maybe if you look it up, it might make more sense. It's not just, well, I can't speak for everyone, but it's an actual thing that people like can't, it's almost like nails on a chalkboard type thing. And I didn't want you to take it. I didn't say it. I didn't say stop clicking the board or whatever. I just tried to come in behind that person, and I didn't think they were rude, but I was suggesting you look that up so you don't think it's just people being jerks.
No, I think you've
Or
asked me that
whoever.
before in the past. I just didn't recall.
Good
Yeah.
job. Yes, but that was a bit ago. But I've still been here. I've still been watching. But then I made a comment earlier about I feel like I don't know exactly what I said, but I said it was basically the gist of it was I feel like since I've followed you from day one, and I think a lot of us are kind of, I don't know. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't want to see you go down the burnout route. Like, it's clear that you are passionate and you care and about everything you cover. But I think it was, and I said that I hope you just maybe take a break from social media and kind of regroup. But then it was said that I thought you were being biased, and I've never said that. I've actually the only thing I know about this Nolan case is from what you have covered. God rest him and be with his family. And I'm glad that you're speaking your mind, but I'm also still irritated with what happened to you. So it's a hard balance. So I'm glad to see that you're kind of moving on and you're not stuck in, not that you see, I feel like I have to explain myself. That's why I wanted to call in. I'm glad to see that you're not just stuck on the crap that's happened in the past. You are moving forward. And I really think that a couple people, to include Gabrielle, is that your girlfriend?
Yeah.
I think they took what I said in a wrong way because I've never seen a response from your chat that was kind of, and I'm hypersensitive right now. I'm just not making excuses. I am, but I meant what I said in a loving, caring way. Like, I don't want to see you get not stuck. I don't know the word I'm looking for, because you have such a heart. I don't want to see you, like, because I care. And that's all. That's the bottom line. I care. I don't know you in person. I've never met you in person. I get very annoyed with people on social media that act like the people they support are like Okay, never mind. Sorry.
I mean, you could. I mean, if you could. I'm not going to take anything personal at all. Like I know you were saying that you felt like
but
I
it's
had
personal
changed
in a way.
earlier, but
Oh, no.
it's a whole different case, and
Yes.
it's not. It's
And I
also.
support you in that. That's
I
my
don't.
point. Yeah, keep talking because you're helping me remember
No,
what I
you're
wanted
good.
to say. Go ahead.
I just don't think people understand too or realize, but this is not the same as me being on the ground either. I'm not boots on the ground. I'm in front of a computer too, so it's a little bit different too
It's a whole
than being at
different
home.
story,
And
which
this
is
case is
right.
just completely different than Nancy Guthrie's case. I mean, there's similarities with certain things, but they bring two different things to the table. I mean, and yeah, so I mean, there's a body, there's not a body in Nancy's. I mean, it's just a whole
Right.
lot more, and then there's race
It's
inserted
frustrating.
into this case as well. I don't know what would really
When
make
I
me
feel-
biased, but
No, you're
yeah,
not biased. That's what I'm saying. Like I think it was taken what I said was saying you're biased, but
yeah,
what I was trying to say is it's very different than being boots on the ground. It's not local to you. So it's a whole different a whole different story, a whole different experience for you. You know what I mean? Than the Nancy Guthrie case because you're local to it. You've not stopped talking about her. You stand your ground and you're honest. You don't talk out one side of your mouth by talking out the other. And I mean, I really shouldn't care this much. And I mean that in a very nice way. I should not care this much that people want to come after, but I'm also not used to seeing that in your chat. Just like that, the vitriol and the let's beat somebody up. And we don't know what they're going through and we don't know who they are, but there are a lot of, and I don't like the word troll. I don't know what else, just people that don't know what the heck they're talking about. You can sit behind a keyboard and spew all sorts of crap, but until you're there, until you have experienced it, don't judge how anybody deals with it. And you've been there with Miss Nancy. You've been there with that case. It's not like you came out of the woodwork and were like, oh, I'm going to just go ahead and cover true crime. And I'm going to, be here in Arizona and just talk like I know everything about what's going on in Mississippi. And I have, and I can say this some other time, but I agree with a lot of things you say about this poor, I don't want to say poor, that's disrespectful, this hero, this gentleman, Nolan. Like, I've got a lot to say about that. I'm disgusted by the interview you showed tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make it clear for anyone that thought I was being disrespectful to you Jews. I was really doing the opposite, or trying to at least. And I'm very proud of you. And I said this in the comments earlier. I'm very proud of you and how you're moving up and up and on. Like your channel's come a long way since the beginning of when I followed you, which I think was right when you changed from. I never watched you gaming, but since you came on the scene, I guess you would say. But you've always stayed in your beliefs and not followed the paths of others' thoughts. And I just don't like it that people think I was being ugly, because I would never do that. And one last thing, I'm normally green on your channel because I did the membership, but unfortunately with everything going on, I'm a private, I'm a sole proprietor. I own my own business. I can't afford to pay for a membership. So I wanted to,
I know you had told me last time. You're
yeah.
good. I respect
Yeah.
everybody the same way, even whether they're a member or
I know
not.
you do.
I don't think nothing of it at
I
all.
know you do.
And
And I want to apologize. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say a lot of our memberships are. I would say a majority have been gifted too. So I mean, and I'm not saying you didn't
That's how I
purchase yours,
first got
but
one. Yeah.
yeah. So,
Yeah, and thank you for those that do that, because that supports you guys. But I paid for it for like another month, and then I just not been able to. But I also want to tell Gabrielle that I've always called in and spoken highly of, her and how, I mean, not that this is what that's about, but I just feel like whether it be my fault or whatnot, I'm not trying to make excuses, but my comments came out the wrong way. But I want you to know more than anything, because this is your platform, your channel. I support you, and I didn't mean anything ugly by saying I hope you take a break if you need to, because I don't want to see you as someone who cares. And I know I don't know you from Adam as far as personally, but I do see you getting frustrated, which is part of it. That's part of it. And I don't blame you, because it's very frustrating, all this. But I didn't mean anything in a negative way. So
No,
I apologize.
it's all right. I get it. You're good. I'm pretty sure you were probably frustrated, and I get it. I mean, this case brings that too. So,
yeah.
I don't
And I
take
have
anything
to kind
personal.
yeah. Well, I mean, remember when I called you last time? I said I'd rather call you Troy.
Yeah, either or is fine with me.
Well, but you are definitely like a Troy Bradshaw to me. Like, that's like I don't know. Okay, I'll just shut up now, and I apologize. I'm not making excuses for my illness or whatever, but you have, especially like Giddy Up Go Kim, man, she is amazing. Your mods are great. I love that they have your back, and I just really wanted to make it clear that I was having your back in so many words that I can get into the comment section, but I kept having to delete because my fingers don't work so well right now. But I just don't want you to think anybody. I'm not here to, I mean, this is all the same thing. And I think, unfortunately, that these other channels that want to do nothing but speak, like, I don't know what you call it, trauma, or they want to, they don't, in my opinion, these people whose channels aren't growing, I mean, they come across my feed, whatever, because of Nancy Guthrie or whatever, but it's like, it makes me really sick that some of these people are just all about bashing each other and taking each other down, when you've got people such as yourself and many, many, many others. I mean, AJW and Mark, the Shark, and it's like, don't bring that into those of you that really are making this your focus, like the missing. And no matter who it is from here on out, I'm sorry. Okay. I will let you go. I really hope that everybody knows that I am here to support Juice, not to, and I wonder and I guess I wondered if that's why I was, people not that they need to recognize me, but you know what I mean? Like, they were used to seeing my name in green and they thought I was just being the troll or whatever, but there's no time in the world for that. And, anyway,
No, you're good.
thank you
I
for letting
think
me.
you're probably just overthinking it a little bit. You're good though. I don't think we're
Maybe
thinking anything
so.
of
And
it.
thank you
Yeah.
for being honest with me. Don't baby talk me. Tell me, Shauna, shut the F up.
Yeah.
I got you. I hear you. I come from a place of love, not hate. And I come from a place of support, or I would not watch. I wouldn't watch. Not just you, but anybody. There's no time in the world for that crap.
I hear you.
You know?
I hear you. And I appreciate all your love and support, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with me and just trying to clear the air there.
Yes. And that's exactly it. And I've never had to do this before, so maybe that's why I'm overthinking. I don't like to feel bad, and I don't like for people to, and I take accountability because maybe I'm not able to explain myself in the best way, but I was not meaning anything negative at all when I said take a break if you need to, because you're passionate in a good way. But sometimes that can really get to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Okay.
Well, all
Thank
right.
you. Thank you so much, Troy. I appreciate
Yeah.
you taking my call. I'm always listening in the background, even if I'm not chiming in, as you say.
I appreciate you.
All right. I appreciate all y'all. And hey, Kimmy, get better soon, honey. Love you, my friend.
All right. Talk with you soon.
All right, thanks. Thank you so much, Juice. All right,
No
take
problem.
care. God bless.
It's the Juice.
Hey, Juice. It's Jennifer from Thornbridge.
Hey, Jennifer. Good to hear from you.
Hey, I wanted to call in. I know it was confusing, the document. If you didn't watch it, then you didn't understand. It is a real document. It has not been debunked. It is from TransUnion. So it's the same company. It's called TLO, and that's all caps, lowercase XP. And it is only this particular service that he has. You have to be an attorney, law enforcement, or a private detective. You have to have a license. You have to have a background check. It's an expensive service, and it's powered by TransUnion. TransUnion now owns that company. And that's the same company that when you go to get a car loan, a house loan, they pull TransUnion, and it shows that she's deceased. I have the full unredacted document. It does have the last 4 digits of her social. And what he did is he put in a phone call to them and asked for what record they used to declare somebody deceased. And they said the problem is in Tucson, or what he found is in Arizona, you have to be a direct relative to get a death certificate. So in California, he can pull a death certificate for people, just, you know, but you can't in Arizona. So according to the person that he talked to, he still left a message. He called them twice yesterday. They did not return his calls. He's still waiting. I personally called and just acted like I was calling on something else. I didn't act like it was this.
Yeah.
And he said that they get their records from death certificates filed through the court, Social Security, a medical examiner. There's many other places. Now, supporting documents would be, and I saw people put find a grave. Union does not use find a grave to declare somebody dead.
Yeah, I
So,
saw that.
however, they do use other data like through funeral homes, obituaries, those kind of things. But, you know, he said it's really up to you to verify. You know, you'll have to go get a death certificate through the court. And I said, sir, this is Arizona. You can't do that. And I said, but I'm assuming that if you're declaring somebody deceased, that it's a little more than a Facebook post. And he said, yes, ma'am. These are usually court documents that have been filed. So one of the questions that the PI had, and the reason he brought it up, and that's why this surprised him, is that nobody knows her Social Security number. Stop. Okay, if you're a private detective or you're an attorney, or you can put it in a birth date and it pulls up all your stuff. I have addresses. I mean, he gave me addresses and all sorts of stuff on there. Now, he redacted the Social Security number. I do not have that. Again, this is not
As
a
he
public
should have.
service that is not a public service that anybody else can use. There are public sites that you can go on, but this particular poll that he did, like I said, you can go look at it. Go Google it, guys. It's TLO XP, and it's for attorneys, law enforcement, private detectives. You have to have a license. So anyway, the private detective did not find a death certificate. This is a TransUnion service that he did a poll on Mrs. Guthrie to look for other things. He was trying to get some more information potentially on other people that may be associated with her. He's been doing a lot of stuff. So anyway,
you said
this
XP,
is
right? Like P as in Peter, not T as in Tom. TLO XP.
TLO and then P as in Peter. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
So
It is.
T
Wow.
as in Tom, L-O, and then XP. And it even says on there, how they get their information. So, again, this is the same company that if you go to get a house loan, a car loan, they can find out all sorts of stuff on you. This is how a lot of these people will do background checks, how attorneys find out, background on their clients. So this is a very well-known service, and it's not free. He has to pay every time he pulls up something. So again, not a death certificate. However, the service pulls from public records, and this is by government records. It even says it on their site. I'm sure you can see it. It says that it pulls it from Social Security. It pulls it from, death certificates that have been filed. Unfortunately, you can't get a death certificate in Arizona unless you're a direct family member. So the question was, how was she declared deceased?
Wow.
And when I called, up there, I said, is this something where if the family put in a request for her Social Security to be on hold, something like that, so that there couldn't be fraud? Mr. Garcia was concerned that there might be fraud. So he wanted to talk to one of, since he owns this service, is pays for this service, he has a different kind of support that he can get from it. So he's put in a request. He said, look, I understand you can't give me the document, but can you tell me what document was used?
Wow.
To declare her deceased. And so far he has not been given information on it. So
I can't wait for the verdict on that, because if that's true, February 1st, because that's when it says
but if
she
you
was.
look on it, if you look on the document, do you see how it says May on there? And it says it a couple times. I think a lot of people were wondering.
Yeah.
So the document was Tori's writing. Who's the document from? It's from Bill Garcia. He's a licensed private detective.
Yeah.
He knows, in Arizona that you have to be a direct relative. Like I was able to get death certificates on people in other states when I was doing, genealogy work, but I had to send in my birth certificate. I had to prove that I was related to this person. So it's not every state can you just go in and go, I'd like a death certificate. You're not going to be able to get that. So
Wow.
I'm sorry Olivia doesn't believe it. You can look it up. It's TransUnion. I don't know what to tell you. This is not a falsified document. It's printed out. It's again.
So
if you don't believe that she's been declared deceased, I think the question is, someone would have had to put it either through court records, or somebody did say that maybe there's been a hold put on her Social Security, which I would hope that the family would do, so that no fraud could be done on their mother. So I would hope that would be the case.
So with those
you know.
dates, specifically the May 2nd or September or the May 2nd, this is probably like when they were able to declare her dead, you're saying? Or
That's a potential.
Which-
He's called to ask more questions on it.
that would make sense.
So anyway, it's a little, but he still wanted to, have everything redacted. And so, there's a lot of us that don't believe that she's been declared yet. But again, a lot of this can be done without the public knowing. And quite frankly,
Indeed.
it's really none of our business. And from what I understand from talking to, I've interviewed 4 FBI agents now. One of them is out of Arizona. His wife also currently works for the FBI. Every single one of these FBI agents that I interviewed, I had them on the phone for anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. One of them stayed on the phone with me for 3 hours, even going over different scenarios for other things. And a lot of this stuff can be done behind closed doors because it doesn't have to be public knowledge. This is the only thing that's public. And they may not tell you what the supporting documents are that they were able to declare her dead. But, I'll be honest with you. I've heard other FBI agents that have former FBI agents that have YouTube channels. They've all talked about it. It's very interesting. The check marks that have to be done to declare somebody deceased without a body, and Arizona has it pretty well laid out. And ironically, it's been brought up multiple times that the ransom notes may have played a part.
Right. And I was just going to say that if you consider what Savannah said she tend to be real, then this, I mean, along with the FBI, you know, I mean, that would make sense. I mean, and it could go anywhere from a short period of time to years to declare somebody dead. So it's very much so possible that this could be true for sure. I'm starting to believe that it is. I mean, that's 4 months. That's well over long enough.
His point was he was concerned, and if it's not legit, then there could be fraud, and he feels like the family should know. Anyway, I think, you know, his not to be, you know, clickbait. I had no idea he was even presenting this when he came on our channel and talked about it. He's been working on another missing child's case. So he did come out to Tucson. He was out there for about 3 weeks, you know, researching all of this. But he's had some leads, and I think because of who he is, and he's worked some very high-profile cases. If some of you don't know, he actually was the one that found the concrete for Scott Peterson's case.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he's found, you know, a lot of missing persons. He's worked with some very high-profile individuals quietly. So, you know, the point of us inviting him on our show to, you know, I guess to, you know, talk with him was to find out how a private detective would start in a case like this. And, you know, because there's been some people that I think his name is James, I can't think of his last name now. He's British, but he's helped find, you know, dignitaries that have been kidnapped for ransom. And he said, you know, here's the deal. You know, he said, you really want to get on this as soon as possible. You know, but he actually said, unfortunately, I think it was like a month in, he said, it's too late for me to really do anything. So it's kind of interesting how different, you know, private detectives will either take a case or start a case. And so I really wanted to hear his perspective because, you know, law enforcement has a lot of legal walls that they're up against. They can't just go knock on somebody's door and say, can I come in your house? You know, there's a lot of things that they have to do, probable cause, blah, blah, blah. A private detective can start talking to a lot of people and sometimes get a little bit further than law enforcement. And like his point was, he's been very fortunate along the way that law enforcement has worked very closely with him and really appreciates it. One of the cases and one of the things I wanted to ask him, which was interesting about Nancy Guthrie in particular, is, you know, again, you have the Pima County saying, and no, you know, no tip is too small. Please bring any and all tips. We want all of them. You don't know what we know. You know, everybody's heard this, right?
Yeah.
So why would you not check out the one in Mexico? And I don't know how it spread like all over. I mean, I've heard it multiple times now. Oh, Thornbridge thinks it's the cartel. No, I don't. I just wanted to know why some lady down in Mexico is getting, you know, by the time I talked to her, we were only hearing here in the United States on mainstream media that she got 2 phone calls. No, she got 8.
Yeah, I remember that.
And out of the 8 phone calls, this guy's getting more and more desperate and telling her, you know, this is where she is, you know, look for this tree, follow this creek. And then, you know, she said, well, how am I? She said the first phone call, she wasn't sure if it's real, but that's not her job. I'm pushing another lie. Wow. All right. I'm just repeating what other people have told us.
Right. And you guys are searching for answers like everybody else. So why wouldn't you?
I mean, I'm sorry that that's how people feel. I'm not if anything, I'm trying to get to the truth. And
Exactly.
Why is Nano saying that they're gonna search every tip when they're not? And why don't you just go down and vet it and then say, you know what, it is a lie. It's not true. We can't find anything valid in anything this lady's saying, but they won't do it. And the guy that called gave very detailed details about what she would be buried in. Said that she had slippers. If they find a lone slipper out in the area that he's directing her, that they'll be close. She will only have one slipper on, pajama pants.
The burnt tree.
And that she's wrapped in a blanket that looks like one found in a hotel, and then a
tarp,
black
right?
tarp over that. So the guy said he was paid money by somebody in Arizona to just dump the body. And then when he realized it was an old lady, this is according to Ramona, he just said multiple times, who does this to an old lady? So, it's not my job to vet it. I don't know if it's real. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying I find it very odd that law enforcement won't freaking go check it out.
Right. We're doing their work,
If it
basically.
was my mom, I would go down there and check it out. I would want to vet it. I want to make sure that it's not real.
100%. I agree.
And quite frankly, you live in the area. My grandparents lived 10 minutes from Nancy. I'm very familiar with that area. We used to go down to Nogales, when it was a little bit safer, but we went down there shopping all the time. And, my grandparents used to take me and my sister down there. And I think it's a little odd that somebody wouldn't consider that somebody in a illegal trade wouldn't know somebody from the freaking Nogales area that wouldn't take a few $1,000s to just dump a body for them. That seems odd that wouldn't even be on the table.
Yeah.
And
I think it would be very cheap to do something like that in Mexico. Just because, I grew up here, so I kind of know how it is out there. I don't think it would cost much.
Well, the point is, people are saying, do you think she's in Mexico? I don't know what I think. The point is, I'm not law enforcement. I'm not FBI. And, when I got the FBI, my brother-in-law, for those of you that don't know, I don't just go down, spreading lies. In fact, that's what our whole channel is about, is we may talk about theories, but it's briefly. Our whole channel is about, let's talk about the facts. What's with the facts that don't make sense? And this is one of them.
And you guys
Stop
have done
telling
a
the public.
phenomenal job doing that.
Oh, thank you. But
Yeah.
it's, I don't appreciate Savannah. I don't
Oh my
appreciate Kima County coming out going, please help us. We need any tips. Please call it in. Well, son of a gun, people are. I can't tell you the amount of emails that I'm getting. And these are people that own real estate companies, have, very good jobs, professionals that are writing us. And, this is not tinfoil hat. These are people that said, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little scared to say anything. I've put in a tip. I just wanted you to know I appreciate your show on tips and how, their law enforcement may have a little bit more on their hands than they expected. I've turned in a tip and nobody called me back for 4 months.
I went off earlier. I'm sorry, but I'm overwhelmed and I'm very upset with Savannah right now. I just feel like she could speak to the public. She keeps reaching out for help, but she's not giving us anything at all. She's not saying anything. All she's doing is pleading. And she's just, all she's pretty much said is she's still looking for her mom. That's pretty much it. And it's pretty much all the pleas have pretty much kind of said the same thing. There's really not much that has changed to me.
Well, and my concern was when she put out this, nice note at the beginning. We love it. We love people that are trying to help us and the prayers, and we need all the prayers. We need all the hope. And then at the end, by the way, if you're profiting off of, showing, okay, so is that Nancy Grace? NBC,
Exactly. I said the same thing.
POTA. So are you turning in your resignation? Because NBC owns Dateline. They literally make a living off of showing people's horrific times in their lives.
I agree.
So, if and that was very disappointing. I don't know if she met somebody specifically. I feel like she should have been a lot more intentional about who she was trying to blame here for making money. But
regardless, why would that even be important? If you're trying to send a message and get help for your mom, why would whoever, that comes with it.
Do you know how many emails, Juice, I've gotten from people whose family is missing? Can you show my family?
I couldn't
think
imagine.
There's people that wish they could put money towards somebody streaming outside their home.
Yeah, and
and putting their child in the spotlight, or their mother or their father. I just,
I agree. Anybody would kill for this type of attention.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So this document, again, I didn't say it was real. It's a real document. It's from TransUnion. That is a real place that lawyers go. Law enforcement uses it. The question is, if she's truly been declared deceased, it would be nice for, I think, the public to know that she's officially been declared deceased. A lot of the FBI people that I've seen said it actually would be fairly easy if they talked to a judge, had enough documentation to show it could be rushed through. Most of the time, it would take 5 years,
That's what I
anticipating
read.
a person to come back.
Yep.
But, if they're trying to do certain things, and I guess the ransom note, from what I understood, could play into that, and maybe freezing her Social Security. There could be a lot of things about this that make it, to where she's deceased.
I mean, if we could prove this is legitimate, then that's going to turn out that's going to solidify the ransom note as true. I mean, that's a legitimate note. Then if this is, because what other proof would they have to say that she's no longer with us besides the ransom note, unless they receive something that we haven't heard about? Other than that, I think publicly that's all we have to prove that she's no longer with us.
Well, I guess blood. I think blood at the scene. I have questions about that because our.
But
son
does that dismiss that with the
is
oxygen
an
in the
EMT
blood?
Firefighter. And
Well, I guess
didn't
not.
look
No.
significant enough. Now, my brother-in-law. Again, for people that don't know us, Glenn's brother-in-law is a retired homicide detective of 20 years. 20 plus years, 25 years, something like that. Anyway, out of Kansas City, and he talked to us about a lot of this, and it's.
I think we talked months ago. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think we talked months ago, and you had said before you guys started the channel, and I think you were saying a while ago that initially he thought that they kept going to the DA, or he suggested that could be possible, that they, or maybe they had everything at one point in time and they kept going to the DA and they just maybe didn't have enough, but they had everything.
That's correct.
Set forth, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he personally had a very big case. My sister-in-law talked about it. She said it was like torture watching him come home just defeated because he had like a binder full of information on who the perp was, and they had their guy. And every time he took it into the DA would turn around a few days later and go, "It's not enough."
Yeah.
And he was like, "I need to be able to arrest this guy. I mean, this is it."
I'm not going to lie. When you told me
enough.
that story that time, I was convinced for weeks that that's what it was. Like, that sounded like that was the best theory I've heard at that time. I
honestly think that's why they're quiet, Juice. I mean, I asked Bill on our show, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Have you ever worked a case? Because if you're not going to go down to Mexico and you're not going to vet a tip where somebody is saying there's possibly a body and it's this detailed." First of all, by the way, they have not been called by any law enforcement to this day. I've recontacted her to see if she's been called. Not at all. And so I said to him, I said, "Look, if have you ever been involved in a case where law enforcement had the body and the public did not know?" And he goes, "2 of them."
Wow.
I said, "You're kidding." And he named them. And one of them was, ironically, it was a cartel deal. And the girl's body had been found, and they didn't want the perpetrators to know that they had found her body. So they were misleading, not the public, but the perpetrators was the goal, to, wait till they got a little bit more evidence, surveillance, all sorts of stuff. And he named another case that happened in. So it does happen. And I also know from Brian, our brother-in-law, that, he said it's not intentional to mislead the public. Our goal is obviously public safety, but this in cases where we're saying things, we use the media to get a certain message out.
Yeah.
And it's usually to get our guy, or we don't say anything. So that was my other question to Bill Garcia, was in cases like Miss Guthrie's, where there's radio silence, we literally hear nothing.
I think also
what is
like
that?
through our viewers, like, you know, with their experience reaching out to the FBI, I think the fact that they've been selective on the information that they're taking in kind of is telling too. At least that's my thoughts when it comes to, you know, whether or not that they have anything. They've been it seems like they're selective on the information that they're taking up to this point. Because initially they were taking all the tips possible, and now some people are successful giving tips, and then other people are, I've heard, on a waiting list, and then there also been other people who just they're not buying into it at all. So
Yeah, like you said, when I asked him, to your point, I said, when they go quiet and they're not coming out, Savannah is. And I think we talked about it off camera. He believes that there's a potential that they got another message, and that's what she was replying to. And I said, well, I mean, I felt like it was extremely telling that she put out that message early in the day. I go to TMZ and they're talking about other things. I'm like, why
Wow.
isn't TMZ talking about this? I mean,
That's
is
crazy.
anybody else like, hello, TMZ, you're normally the first ones to talk about this?
I feel like Harvey's
were
had the
saying
most communication
nothing.
with the FBI by far than anybody else. I mean, he's, at least from what he's told us, I mean, it seems like he's had the most success communicating with them versus anybody. I mean, when it comes to the ransom notes, at least, I don't know how he's been able to communicate with them as much as he has, according to him, because every time there was a new ransom, he was stating something about, you know, certain responses that he's gotten. But he's also had, you know, times where they didn't respond to, but I haven't heard anybody
Yeah,
else
I
talk to
mean,
them as much as he has.
I just thought it was strange that he didn't say anything. And he said, I think that that's highly possible that they got another note, and that's what she was responding. And, I know that right before that, we had a lot of people going, oh my gosh, they replaced the signs, parking signs, and they put more signs out. And I said, guys, can we all calm down a minute? I said, we're all judging Savannah horribly here. And I said, I just want to play devil's advocate for just 1 second before we take her to, the stake and start burning her in the town square. Can we just, calm down a second, and realize that in cases like this, we're not going to know everything because we're not supposed to know everything. And
I agree.
they're saying there's no sound or something. Oh, maybe no sound is fine.
No, you're good.
So anyway, apparently, I told him, I said, I just have a feeling that a lot of her actions, communications are absolutely being orchestrated by the FBI. Obviously, we know her videos are. I think that's pretty obvious. But I'm not convinced, Juice, that you guys being removed wasn't also part of the deal. And here's why. Can I give you my theory?
Please.
I have said from probably the first week after the ransom notes came out that I really do believe that this person, and excuse my French on this, but I think this perpetrator is a fame whore. I think that they want fame. I think they want it badly. And I think sending, ransom notes to news stations and to TMZ is absolutely for the biggest amount of attention that they could ever get. And I thought it was a little ironic that, a ransom note did not go to NBC in Tucson. I think this absolutely is about hurting Savannah. I also think that having live streamers filming their craft that they got away with has been titillating. And I think they've been able to see it and indulge in it for 6 months. And I believe if they've got a profiler that has, locked this down, then they're going, we're gonna stop fueling the flames. Let's remove the live streamers. How do we remove the live streamers? I think there's a high probability that they knew it was illegal. They knew that the charges would get dropped, and they just had Savannah do it and got you guys removed, and then put up legal parking signs, additional parking signs. I said, something's about to happen. Either they've got a million game cameras up and down that block, and they only want the people in that neighborhood that live there or deliver there, and that's it. And that way they can really monitor who's going in and out and slowing down and looking at that house and maybe lurking around the house. I also think that it was a little telling that about a week after I said that, all of a sudden the FBI is going around the house and searching for things. So either they got a tip or they saw somebody on the property on a game camera looking at things or doing things. I think there's a lot more here that we need to be logical about and not take too personally. I'm not going to excuse her language and behavior, but I am going to give her a little bit of grace here. I have a feeling that if she was, her PR person or anybody else was concerned about her persona and how she looks to the public, which, by the way, I think we can all agree that any of us that have known Savannah even for a minute would believe that this is an extreme departure from her normal behavior. So if that's the case, I can even see a closed door meeting of, I don't give a crap what anybody thinks about me. I just want my mother back. So tell me what to do. I can see a conversation like that.
The only problem I have is the fact that Nanos and the FBI seem to not communicate. So that's the only hard time I have with it, just because, they would have to be somewhat.
Did you not hear about that?
No, not at all.
So when I had the interview with Mexico and we weren't sure whether to go live with it or not, and we were reaching out to people trying to figure out, what we should keep quiet. We talked to my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law was like, you don't know what the FBI knows. You don't know what the cops know. You need to call. And he said, the problem is, they have stuff behind the scenes and we don't know what's important. So I called the FBI and I got that runaround. And then I told my husband, I said, I think I need to call somebody that has a back door into the FBI. So I called KOLD, who got the ransom note. Now, they were very, very nice. And she said, we actually do have a direct connection to the FBI because of the ransom notes. Please give me all the information. So I gave it to her, and she said she would pass it on. Well, I thought she meant that they were going to call me back, and they didn't. So I called the next day following up, and she said, oh, I'm so sorry. No, we weren't going to call you back, but we did turn it into the FBI. And I said, oh, well, did you turn it into Pima County as well? And she said, no, Pima County doesn't have this case anymore. It's the FBI. I said, what? I said,
No
we
way.
just heard, at this point, this was a couple weeks ago. I said, I said, it was just, 2-3 weeks ago? I said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I said, I believe you. I'm just saying, we just heard Cash Patel say we're in an assist position. We've always been in an assist position. She goes,
Yeah.
I know. I go, well, what does that mean? She goes, we don't know why he said that. And then I said, so I'm sorry, I have to ask again. So you didn't call Pima County? She goes, no. We've been told that any communication about this case goes directly to the FBI because the FBI is in charge.
Didn't Sheriff Nanos
said,
say something like
wait
that?
a minute. Okay, so what Sheriff, hold on. So I said, so wait a minute. That means it's a federal case, which means it's either gone across borders, like of countries, or it's gone out of state. And she goes, that's what one would be led to believe.
Wow.
And I said, oh my gosh. And I go, you can't say anything. She said, no, I cannot. All I can tell you is that we are conversing with only the FBI. So then you see Cash Patel saying in a new interview that, the sheriff has a right to run his investigation the way he wants. And then Sheriff Nanos said, we're doing our investigation. So all of a sudden it was like ding, ding, ding. The way they're saying this is politically correct, but it's their way of saying these are parallel investigations, not it's parallel. They're running their own investigations, not together.
Right.
So FBI is in charge, which makes a heck of a lot of sense why Nanos is trying to keep the attention on himself and doing these bizarre interviews that are onesie-twosies and not actual, freaking press conferences, which is ridiculous. But, to each his own, not my monkeys, not my circus, but, you know, it just seems very unprofessional. But regardless, when I asked Bill about the FBI being radio silent, I said, what do you think this means? And he said, in the past, when I've seen this either with law enforcement or FBI, it's because they've got their guy and they're just building the case. And, you know, I mean, I think it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure it out. If they're not out here asking the public. I had some lady that was like, they will ask you for help if they need your help. They don't need the public's help on my comments. And I was like, I got it, lady, but they are coming out going, we need tips. So which is it? Do they need help or do they not need help? However, it's Nanos that is saying that, not the FBI. The FBI is not coming out saying, here's a vehicle that we're looking for. And my theory is they already have the dang vehicle. You know, after talking to, we call him Mr. Tucson, I've got somebody that wants to remain anonymous. He's written us, he's called us. He lives in the vicinity of Nancy, and he said that he's tired of the mainstream media making it sound like they don't have any cameras. He said that you all have flock cameras, and that you also have two other companies that have two other camera companies within the Tucson area proper. The only area of Tucson that he said that he's aware of, and the reason he knows this is because his friend works for the city, is, I guess, what he calls Little Mexico, which is South Tucson.
Yeah. Yep. I'm familiar with it. But we only have two flock cameras on River, though, and they're not really like on the main road. I went looking for those cameras, and they're the LPR cameras that read the plates, but I don't think they're on actually River, and I think they only face one direction. So I don't know if they would have been able to get a vehicle.
Interesting. I mean, that's the thing. This is just what he said, and his guy works for the government. He's like, there's a lot more cameras out there that are available than they're saying. And his feeling is that they probably already have a vehicle. It's just not a busy area, especially at 2 a.m.
Right. And it sounds more logical to me because of all of the people with not only Ring cameras, but the neighbors. I mean, it seems like a fair good amount have cameras. I'm not really buying that a majority didn't pay for their subscriptions either. I mean, these people are wealthy in that neighborhood. Why wouldn't they pay for their subscriptions? But it beats me. That's
especially
crazy.
when a lot of them are snowbirds. You know, you would think that they would have some sort of security on their homes. But even though, look at the person that turned in that white vehicle that was like a Kia Soul or something, and it's like, what, 48 hours?
Right.
Oh, it's not the vehicle. Well, how do you know?
Even the lady on the hill who's home and not home, the one that reported me, the Ashley Levy lady that's always watching her cameras. And they're not always there. They're, I think, from California. And she's spoken to me on the camera at least one time telling me to move from that quarter sack on top of the hill. So they're definitely watching their cameras. I'm not saying that they were prior to the Guthrie case, but I mean, I would assume so. Yeah,
I mean, the point is, I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that we don't know. I'm trying to give Savannah grace. I'm not excusing her bad behavior. I'm just saying it may be bad behavior that's orchestrated by somebody else.
I mean, I think
there's a possibility.
Yeah. It's almost like she's playing the same role as Sheriff Nanos to, let them do their thing behind the scenes. Wow.
Yeah, especially if the FBI is, telling her what to do and saying, it's best if it came from you versus somebody else. Why don't you just play the bad guy? And she's probably like, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I can see that happening. I would be that way. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I just want my mom back. I feel like my instincts have been a little correct in the sense that then they were doing searches 4 days after I said that the parking signs, I think, were for a reason. And maybe something's about to pop off.
They haven't been wrong yet.
It feels a little close. I will say that there was an interesting connection that I found personally with Kayla. And I was trying to figure out if there was any connection with, the people that have been detained and released. And there was one connection through her that connected a thread, and this is a name that I had not heard before, that connected a thread all the way through to Carlos and to Luke. And it was really weird. And it's a very interesting connection. I did not know that Kayla's family owned a excavation company.
I've never heard of that. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I wonder if they're
and
lying about the Luke DNA thing too. I don't know. You know, they're saying that it's not Guthrie related, but that could also be a lie too.
what do you need? What?
Well, Luke's being, I think they're investigating him. I think they're trying to get some type of DNA or something like that, but they said it wasn't Guthrie related. I don't know, but I don't know what that situation holds.
I hadn't heard that part.
That's what I heard.
Well, you know, I will say thank you, callers. They want me to go. I'll get off. I just, you know, I think I think, you know, you've got to remember too that when they detained, or when his attorney was interviewed, it was a local news station that interviewed Carlos, and Carlos's attorney said on camera, you can look it up, that his client has been detained or has been cleared to a point. And, you know, I thought that was very interesting. So I asked my brother-in-law, I said, why wouldn't you just arrest somebody? And his point was that they may have enough probable cause to get a warrant. A federal warrant requires a heck of a lot more than just a local judge, from what he said, from what I gathered from him. And Luke's warrant was federal. So
yeah, it says he had a
having said that,
DNA warrant in May, but I don't know if that's what that's for exactly. But that's what it says online. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know any of that. I just know that from what I heard, most of his, or all of their warrants are sealed, which is why Carlos's attorney is now just filing a lawsuit. It's like, I mean, you're cleared to a point, but your warrants are sealed. So I asked Glenn's brother-in-law, I said, why did they, I mean, have you ever been a part of that where you see? And he goes, absolutely. And I said, why? And he goes, okay, so I've got a murderer. And I'm pretty sure he's the guy. I've got enough for probable cause, enough to get a warrant. But let me just go ahead and show him everything that I've got on him. So I was like, oh, I guess I didn't really think of that. He goes, no, I have enough on him to pull him over, detain him, SWAT, go through the house or whatever. But I'm not going to tell him what brought us there in the first place. Because if something else comes up, somebody else talks, he's still on our radar. He's still on our list. We just didn't find the proverbial smoking, you know, pew-pew in his car.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, you know, we've got to get enough to actually put the cuffs on and take him in. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to seal everything on all of these people so that, you know, if something else comes up, they're not, you know, aware of what we've got. And I said, okay. He said, no, those will be sealed probably until somebody is actually, you know,
arrested.
In jail.
Wow.
And that kind of makes sense because, you know, I want to remind everybody, as frustrating as this is, and we're at 6 months, you know, Murdaugh was 402 days before he was arrested.
Yeah.
So,
sometimes it could take
and
years.
you know, they got him on the financial charges first, and that was fraud through his own company, through, you know, other stuff. So they wanted to build a case against him, and one of them was that we want to show why this guy is a piece of crap. And part of it was that he was stealing from his own company, his own family, keeping up this facade of a wealthy man that he didn't have. And he saw the whole thing imploding like a freaking, you know, house of cards. And his wife was like, I'm out. And he was like, oh, no, you not. And, you know, and then his kid got in the accident. It was this whole thing that was about to implode and show off all that he'd done. And he was going to stop it. Well, for the police to show this whole progression of his demise and his family's demise, they needed to show something first, which is what he'd done by defrauding his company, embezzlement and everything else.
Wow.
So I think that, you know, if you're going to take somebody down and you're going to take them down good, you better have a heck of a lot more than I think he looks like porch guy.
Yeah, I agree.
which is what both of them said. Oh, somebody called in and said I look like porch guy. I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure it was a little bit more than you just look like porch guy to get a federal warrant and a warrant.
Had to have, yeah.
I mean,
for that judge to convince that judge to give him that, I mean, to grant that's
correct.
Got to be big. But I just can't wrap my finger around who our actual guy is. I'm still upside down when it comes to that. I'm back and forth in between. I guess I shouldn't shout any names, but I mean, I just don't. I really still can't. I mean, Carlos hasn't even been cleared yet, so I don't know.
You know, here I will leave you with something. If it's not a direct family member, which I don't think any of us want to believe, right? And then it could be, something as simple. I've given the example on our channel is my grandmother had a healthcare worker. We loved her. She was in her 30s. Really, really sweet girl. She would hug my grandma and tell me how much she wished that she had a grandma just like her. All of a sudden, she didn't show up one day, and we realized that my grandmother's jewelry was all gone. And we found out that this girl had been hired by this healthcare company, but she had a rap sheet. And, it was like lesson learned, except that it was the expensive, not super expensive jewelry, but it was heirloom jewelry that was her mother's and her grandmother's. There's people that come into our homes with, credentials that we think, they're safe and they're okay. And as family members, we want to be there every waking moment, but we can't sometimes. So we, have a housekeeper or somebody that, comes in and prepares meals. But if it wasn't directly the person that was cleaning the house or preparing the meals, it could have been the person that knew the person that was cleaning the house and preparing the meals, that they were like, oh, you're not going to believe it. I got the best job. I'm working for Mrs. Guthrie. She's Savannah's mom. And then, somebody tells somebody, it's the old telephone game. And now all of a sudden they have weird inside knowledge of the home, her happenings, all of this, right? Because I can't figure out a way how else somebody would know that she had certain cameras in the home where they were, her pattern of life, that she, did or didn't leave a door unlocked, which I still think is unlikely, living 44 something years by herself as a widow, that she would leave doors unlocked haphazardly, especially when she's going out to dinner. And then, if she locked them when she went out to dinner, which I think most of us do, we check our locks before we leave the house. I think it's very unlikely she unlocked it when she came home at 10 p.m. So if we go with the fact that it could most likely be somebody that's very, very close to the family, right?
Yeah.
Then who else could it be? So I'm really finding it hard to believe that somebody is intelligent enough. I mean, I know we all think that porch guy's a moron, but I think most of us agree that moron or not, we haven't found him for 6 months. So, if we had, they can't arrest him because he covered his tracks enough. And, so somebody's orchestrating this whole event, right? So you're trying to tell me that a person that does reconnaissance almost a month in advance, full surveillance of the property, knows her pattern of life, knows the cameras inside, knows the cameras outside, knows which light comes on with motion detection, and does all of this, in about a month's time, but doesn't, and is doing this by the way, for ransom. Let's take an 84-year-old lady on blood thinners that bleeds a lot, is shown in a lot of pictures with Band-Aids all over herself, but let's try and keep her alive long enough to get $6 million. By the way, we're not going to take any photos and remove the metadata and send that with our ransom note. We're just going to wing it. We're just going to send it in and just hope they don't ask for proof of life. Dumb. I mean, I honestly think if it's a person that's smart enough to figure out how to send in a ransom note that they can't trace and ask for Bitcoin in a way that they can't figure out who the hell this person is, you don't think they're smart enough to find a tech person that can remove metadata from a photo to show that they at least have her and go, we've got her.
I agree. I called it from the very beginning. I've always thought that this person was very smart from the beginning. And it's just funny how over time now they're starting to consider the fact that this is no amateur, which is crazy. I mean, I think they should have considered that from the beginning, but I mean, all of these very experienced investigators were you know, assuming that this person was an idiot, and come to find out, it didn't pan out that way. He wasn't. If it's where I think you're going with it,
Do you believe that do you believe that somebody on the second ransom note would go, "Oops, she died. Sorry, not your fault, but we're moving on."
no,
What? No.
No.
They're going to go, "Okay, she died. We'll give you her body, and but we want the $6 million, deposited tomorrow. And if you do that, and we see the deposit, then let's do a quarter of it as a good faith deposit. I'm going to drop a map again with metadata removed, with a pin in it of where we left her burned out body. Like, at least make it worth your freaking month time of reconnaissance and planning of removing this lady for your, $6 million.
I agree.
None of this makes any sense.
Not at all.
Yeah. I just think it's a little strange. I think that, and buried in nature, whatever.
She perished.
I think it's, no. Sorry. I think that this was absolutely a kidnapping cover up to look like it was for ransom. It was 100% a hired hit, in my opinion. So I think it's all a little too odd, and nothing was stolen. It's just weird. So I just hope they figure it out. I hope poor Savannah and her family get some sort of closure. Quite frankly, somebody said, "Call her, take a breath." Yeah, I want to take a breath. I wish this all of us could take.
Should have told me that earlier. I was on one earlier. I mean, this case is frustrating. It's been so long, and we've been so invested and obsessed with this case. It's exhausting. It really is.
Well, the amount of hours that you and others,
Tell me about
this isn't just hours. This is a time away from your family, looking in the hot desert, people being kind enough to drop off water and supplies and be like, "Thank you so much for, keeping the attention on her." And I feel like, that her note to the public felt like it was like she took the wind out of everybody's sails. And it's like, why are we here? We were here for you. We were trying to, who takes America's grandma? Like, that's what it feels like. This is America's grandma. Yeah. It's like she's a beacon or a symbol of all of our grandmothers, all of our elderly mothers, that should be able to be in their home safely until they pass, as long as they can be in their home without any worry that somebody's going to be taking them out in the middle of the night.
Hell, we're willing to risk our freedom. I mean, this is crazy.
Exactly.
This is crazy. And she's not even, she hasn't buzzed once.
For Savannah, I don't understand the lack of searches, but see, again, this goes to, let's think logically. Why are they not searching? Why are they not doing all of this? Why are they not doing that? Why are they not doing this? There's so many things that we all consider to be normal and customary for a normal and customary, I mean, if there can be a normal and customary abduction, but I think we've all seen it. We've all seen abductions or missing persons where the neighbors come out. Everybody's getting on camera going, "Oh my gosh, it was the greatest person. I loved her. She was my neighbor for the longest time." No, these neighbors seem to have been either given gag orders or NDAs. They're not allowed to talk. I mean, I'm sorry, that's too many people that aren't talking to be just a polite, "Oh, we really wish you wouldn't say anything."
No one's affected, right? That's so odd. Yeah. They're only affected by the streamers. That's just crazy.
Juice, I would put money on the table that these people had to either sign NDAs or have had gag orders of some kind.
I wouldn't look past it.
I really do believe that.
I would not look past it. I mean, because none of these people seem to be.
I mean, when have you heard of an entire neighborhood shutting down?
Never. I've never heard of anybody not coming out and talking and not, really asking hard questions, and really truly trying to help, especially amongst the neighborhood.
Yeah.
This would put me, I don't even live in the neighborhood, and it's made me be in fear for my own safety before the arrest or anything like that. I mean, I was nervous going out to my car in the beginning of time just because of this case. So I can't imagine how the neighbors
I
feel.
agree, and well, I can't imagine how Savannah and her family feel if they really truly don't know who did this. Then I think there could be a bigger threat to them. You know, her security
For
team.
sure.
A lot of people are probably like, I don't want you out there. You could be, you could be the next target for all they know. I just, it's just very sad because there's a lot of people digging in their heels, myself included, of what they feel like happened, and what they feel is right and customary. And the root of all of that is not evil. It's absolute care, concern, and fear. And I think that we all need to remember that we're all on the same side. We may not agree. We may think one person, is too passionate about this or too upset about that. But the bottom line is we're all after the same goal. We just want Nancy
Indeed.
home. And Nancy is a symbol for every other missing person out there that doesn't have a voice. These are the voiceless. These are the people that need attention put on them. Glenn and I talked about a
I
case
agree.
of two teenagers that would be my age now. They were 19 when they were missing, and they graduated, in 1992. And one of their mothers went missing with them. They haven't been seen in 34 years. And, these people can't get enough attention on their case. And, there's a lot, this is one of thousands, but I think we thought, I guess I shouldn't say I thought the entire weight of the FBI, Mark Kelly descends, the FBI, plane descends with 50 agents. I mean, they're going to get this guy. I mean, this is going to be quick. And here we are, 6 months
6
later.
months later, yeah.
Feeling
That's crazy.
exhausted, angered, frustrated, lied to. I think most of us feel like all trust, all faith, all any niceties that we felt towards Pima County, and I'm saying Pima County, it's really Sheriff Nanos. I know that there's some good people that worked for him and work for
sure.
him, but it's not looking good.
Aaron
And
Cross is one of them. We know that.
I think all of us. Yeah, well, it's interesting you brought up his name. I thought it was very fascinating that he came on and said that the family was telling everybody that it was a walkaway, and it was like a mic drop.
Really?
And for 24 hours, the whole internet was reeling over. What do you mean it was a walk? What do you mean the family said it was a walkaway? That's 100% opposite of what we've been told.
Wait, he
And
said
then
that?
24 hours later, he said that on
No
Brian
way.
Netton's show. And then 24 hours later, he came out and apologized through Brian Enton, and Brian said he apologized. He said he got it wrong. I mean, we were all like, wow, we've never heard that before. And he backpedaled and, retracted his statement. And all of a sudden, we don't see him anymore.
I have not. That's a very good point. I have not heard a peep from Aaron Cross. I even friend requested him on Facebook to see if I could talk to him, but I haven't heard a peep from that guy. Was this around the time that he was interviewed, like right outside of Nancy's, when he had said that?
This was when he was interviewed by Brian Enton about
I think I
talking
remember
to somebody that was an officer, that was a reporting officer.
Wow.
That said that the communication from the family was that she was a walkaway, which is why homicide wasn't called originally. And Brian Enton's face was like, what the heck? And he goes, well, that's strange. That's not what we heard before. We heard it was the opposite. And he goes, that's what I was told. 24 hours later, totally retracted statement, apology made on Brian Enton's show. And we have not seen Sergeant Aaron Cross
That
since.
is weird.
At least I haven't.
I'm
Yeah,
glad you said. Hasn't even crossed my mind until now. We haven't heard from him for months, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
When's
yeah.
the-
So who else was given a non-disclosure
Wow.
agreement and a gag order or something else?
I mean, they put him in
It's
the
just
office from what I
something-
heard, or
it's-
something like that. He's doing like paperwork. They don't even have him on the
On
ground.
non-emergency.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Jeez, this case
Yeah.
is crazy.
So when you start just putting the puzzle pieces together, the picture that it's painting ain't so good. It's just not
Wow.
adding up. So I'll tell you what it is adding up to. It's adding up that they have somebody in their sights. They're just trying to get enough. It sounds like it's going to be 5 binders worth of stuff to bring into a DA, and for a DA to say we're good, go get them.
Wow.
Because you know, whoever this perpetrator is, or perpetrators, you know that Tucson, or Phoenix rather, is going to be descended upon by every highfalutin attorney across this country that's going to absolutely
Most
chomp at
certain.
the bit to be the attorney for these perpetrators. And they're going to be very well versed on, I said this to an attorney that I talked to. I said, I feel like this would be a defense attorney's dream. He says, you're absolutely correct. So if a defense attorney is saying that, you know, the DA is shaking in their boots going, we've got to have more.
For sure.
Because they need to have as much on that person as they can, because with the amount of
That
coverage
makes sense.
that Pima County has gotten for not handling the crime scene very well, at least by appearances, they've got to have a heck of a lot to get this person behind bars.
Yeah, that's an advantage. They talk about that all the time. I mean, that's an advantage right off the rip. I mean, so yeah, I mean, that's says a lot about what you just said for sure. That's crazy. Man,
Why I'm not quite sure that this death announcement isn't potentially have some larger merit to it. You know, there's grand juries that happen behind closed doors. I wouldn't doubt that there would be some courtesies made because of the high profile nature of this case, to have hearings on her being declared deceased, so that they can start to move on.
Well, now that you
So,
said that, understanding what the May 2nd is, it kind of makes sense. And what is the September 2nd date? I don't understand that one though.
I don't
It's-
either, and I'm not a detective, so
Yeah.
I can certainly ask Mr. Garcia if I talk to him again. He's been very pleasant. I thought it was very nice that he even granted us an interview. What's
Yeah,
interesting
it was. I was
is
shocked
I
to see
don't
that
think he
one.
would mind if I don't think he would mind if I said anything, but there was a news, I won't say what news station, let's just say it's a big one. It's a very big one. Asked for an interview with him, and this was recently. Their producer called, and he was like, yeah, I'll do an interview. Well, then the second producer called and asked to script his interview. And he said, I'm sorry, I don't play that way. And he said, I'm no longer going to be interviewing with that media station.
Wow.
And I mean, it's a big one. And I said,
remember.
Are
I
you
remember. I
freaking
couldn't
kidding?
remember who it was, and it's not even worth saying, even if we did. But that's crazy.
Well, I didn't say who it was, but he said yes, that he turned him down. So because I called him just to see if he would even answer the phone and answer my questions, because I wanted to know about private investigators, and he goes, so you want to talk to me on an interview? And I said, yes, sir, I would. And he goes, would it be recorded or live? I said, whichever one you want. He goes, let's do live. I went, no way.
Wow.
So I was really honored that he took my call. I'm sorry, Valerie.
I'm not going to lie. It was one of those situations where I'm like,
Anyway.
I'm not buying into this again. Here we go again. We're going to go down another rabbit hole. And now I'm I'm kind of leaning the other direction. No, I'm not kind of, I am. I mean, now I'm thinking this is really, I mean, especially looking at the site, seeing that it's you definitely got to be some type, like you were saying, someone in law enforcement or a PI. I mean, to just get in this site, not only that, pay for it. I mean, that's says a lot about what he dug up, for sure.
He does a lot of pro bono for missing children, because a lot of the families that have missing children don't have the funds to hire a private investigator. So, we were trying to crowdfund for him a little bit with donations, but most of the time he's paid, obviously, by families to do this. But he was doing this for Nancy for free. And he said that's where, as you know, I mean, that's why I think this is so ludicrous that people are like, you guys are making money out there. Well, God, I hope so. And you're watching it.
What is
So,
everybody's main
if you're
goal when
watching
they
this
first
stream-
joined YouTube, though? To get monetized. I mean, what did people expect? But regardless,
I don't know how people
though,
expect you to.
look, I mean, we're still continuing this at home regardless. I mean, it's not like it's changed. I mean, I've gotten way less views, and made way less, but I'm still, it doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to cover it because I enjoy it and I love doing it. I found something that I found a passion for doing, and I'm going to continue it regardless. It's not about the money at all. Maybe for some people, but I mean, I don't even need
here's the
this.
thing. I just think it's interesting that the people that are saying that and making these bizarre comments about either grifting or money or whatever. I'm sorry, aren't you in the chat? So
Right.
If you don't want to contribute, then please exit the room. Because thank
Well
you for your
said.
continued rude comments. It helps my algorithm.
Couldn't have said it better. Ain't that the truth? Seriously.
So anyway, well, thank you so much, Juice. Thank you, everybody that was kind. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing our interview and
Anytime.
And being a supporter of us. We really appreciate it. And I
Always.
just want to tell you that Glenn and I think that what you're doing is amazing. I'm so glad that the charges they've all been dropped, right?
No, I got court on Thursday. So the one when I went to jail for, which is the nuisance one, that one is dropped, and I made sure, because I didn't want what Alex had, I made sure it was with prejudice, not without, because I didn't want them to try to bring this back up. So that they granted, but now I just have the one more, which is on Thursday for the obstruction of a thoroughway. So we'll see what happens. I don't know.
I'm so sorry. I hope it's completely dropped because we all know it's ludicrous. And, I think I just want you to know that Glenn and I support everything you've done. I know every person
Likewise.
out there knows that this is about Nancy, but it's about all the others that don't have a voice, and showing that if people come together for one thing in mind, whether we disagree or agree, we all agree that Nancy should be brought home and laid to rest, and her family should get some closure, and hopefully these perpetrators are brought to justice. We can all disagree on a lot of things, and I just hope that we're adult enough that we can all say, hey, I disagree with what you're saying, I don't agree, or whatever.
I agree.
But we can all still have a hamburger later together with each other.
Indeed. That's how it should be.
That's part about being an adult.
I agree.
So thank you so much.
No,
and
thank
I
you.
hope you get a little bit of sleep.
I will. And you guys keep doing what
thanks
you
for
guys are
taking my
doing.
call.
Indeed. And tell Glenn I said hello, by the way.
I will. All right.
All right.
Good night.
Good night. Man, shouts Jennifer. Wonderful call. And I needed that because I was really wondering what this, I was just, we really didn't know much about the document, and I presented it to you guys, and I just didn't really know. I didn't understand some of the things that were in these documents that, the PI that she spoke to had pulled up, Bill. So very interesting, guys. Very interesting. And I'm looking forward to seeing, what the outcome is, what the verdict is when it comes to this document, to, solidify the fact that it's a legitimate document. I, now understanding what this portion is at the bottom here of the actual day, which is the day that they declared the fact that Nancy is no longer with us, tells me not only that the ransom letters are legitimate, but it also, it makes sense because, 4 months is well over enough time to come to terms amongst the family, whether or not, this person or Nancy is no longer with us too. I mean, I did read about it. I did research on it many times, and it does say it could take anywhere from months to up to 5 years to declare somebody dead. So, hey, I mean, I'm not looking past it. That's for sure. I mean, especially if they believe in those ransom notes. If those ransom notes are legitimate, hey, I mean, they seem to be a bit confused right now, but that could be the fact that they're giving us a runaround, which it seems like, Jennifer was saying that's what could be possibly going on. Nanos is over here playing the role of all the shenanigans just to keep the community busy. You know what I mean? So we'll see, guys. We'll see. I'm definitely looking forward to it. That's for sure. To see if this turns out to be true. If so, I mean, I'm already upset with Savannah. I'm going to be even more upset moving forward. I mean, I'm just getting frustrated with this case, and I honestly didn't have too many high hopes when it came to this guy that they had interviewed in the first place, and it seems like this guy's really digging in. He's really digging in, and I'm highly hopeful that he's able to deliver, for sure. I'm really hopeful. I mean, I hope so, because we're not getting anywhere with the families, with the sheriff. The FBI has been very quiet, and as they're supposed to be. I can't hold them to that, but hey, it actually feels like we may be getting somewhere. But I'm just going to encourage everybody still, don't get your hopes up yet. Let's just stay patient and wait for the process to present itself, and we'll go from there. But it's looking like something here. We'll see. But again, don't get your hopes up, though. Don't get your hopes up, because we don't know yet. I'm wondering what that September 2nd date is of 1996, though, right next to Nancy's name there. It says September 2nd, 1996 to May 2nd. I'm just curious to know what that is. And she said she'd ask him, so we'll see. Let me see if I can look something up real quick. Trying to see if it's what I'm thinking it is. Okay, no, it's not. Okay. No, it's not that. Okay, I just wanted to just verify something real quick. Nope, not what I was thinking of. Anyway, yeah, that's Jennifer. Check her channel out, guys. She's here, I'll pull it up here real quick here. Actually, we already have it pulled up, as a matter of fact. Thornbridge X Unfiltered. Her and her husband have an awesome platform. These guys have grown quickly over time. They kind of remind me of the Interview Room. I'm not gonna say they're better than the Interview Room. Okay, that's giving them a little too. I'm just giving them a little too much credit there, right? But they are gonna be there in no time. I don't put that past this channel for sure, and that's a huge compliment for sure. They are an awesome channel. They are doing great, to be honest. I love the fact that they're both, I just think that they're great. I really do. They have spent time. You could just tell that they really put in an extraordinary amount of time of work, or to just really try to get to the bottom of this case. And they've done a phenomenal job doing that. I was watching before stream. I had to force myself to turn it off earlier, because I'm like, dang, I gotta really, I try to get my thoughts together before stream. And yeah, I mean, their channel has been very entertaining from the jump, and as of lately, it's just gotten better and better and better. So yeah, their channels. I just love the way they do their PowerPoints. They've have a very unique way of doing their layouts when they're presenting stuff. I love the way it started, how it started in the beginning. They started off by, just kind of talking about what they're going to be talking about. And it's like they did it. I can't even put it in words. It's just great. You guys just go check it out. I'm not even going to tell y'all everything, but trust me, that's how I'm watching the channel. Okay. That's all I can say. Look, just go check it out. Thornbridge X Unfiltered. Their channel is one of a kind. Trust me. I'm not going to just tell you to go somewhere just to go somewhere that you're not going to like. You're going to love it. I'm telling you. And I don't really say that about anybody's channel. This is the most I've hyped. Mostly, besides Alex's and JLR's, their channel is one of a kind for sure. Anyways, guys, I truly appreciate all of you guys chiming in tonight. It's been a pleasure. What a good stream tonight. We've covered very, very interesting and good information amongst the Nancy Guthrie, case, along with the NOLAN WELLS case. They got the interview with the boys, part 3 tomorrow. We will definitely be covering that tomorrow for sure. And anything else that's trending with the Nancy Guthrie case, we're going to keep continuing no matter what, to, covering both cases, and any other case that the viewers or myself finds interesting, to present to the world. So with that being said, Chris McDonough, you really Juice? Ever Googled his career as a cop? Hey, still, I'm saying the way the channels are, because it's two husbands. I'm sorry, it's two husbands. Oh God, let's chill out, Juice. So it's a husband and a wife. First of all, that's what kind of gives me that interview room vibe. But, Chris has got his, his guys though too. But I just like the way they do their channel. I do it. It just reminds me of the interview room. Just because it's like how many channels that, you see with a husband and wife? There's not very many. I mean, besides Voices of the Missing. But I just think Glenn and Jennifer do a phenomenal job. I do. And I think in time they'll be right there for sure. They're going to pass me. I promise you. I guarantee you they're going to pass me. Even though it's not a race, but they're going to pass me up. I'm telling you right now. And I don't do nothing but give credit to anybody who I feel like deserves it for sure. And everyone does who works hard behind this platform for sure. But with that being said, guys, I appreciate everybody chiming in. Shouts to all the mods. Shouts to everybody tuning in tonight. Much love, guys. I appreciate the love and support. It's been awesome tonight. Did I miss a super chat here or something like that? I heard somebody. Oh, wow. Is it Annabelle Stealth? Thanks so much for the $2 super chat there. Melly has became a platinum member at that. Man, much love, Melly. I appreciate that. Much love. God bless you for that. I truly appreciate that a lot. Guys, it's been an honor. It's been a really awesome stream tonight. Much love. God bless you all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Chime in if you have the time. Blessings, guys. I'll see y'all next time. It's your boy, the Juice. Until next time, folks.
They shut the gate too fast.
See y'all later. I got chocolate on my hands. I was eating some Reese's Pieces. See y'all, guys.
Porch lights on the same old block. Same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. With the steps on every street, carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand. No permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out. Keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. show. Every lie they try to grow. One by one, the voices rise.